I grant that request because I'm all for it. I'm all in. I'm actually surprised with my friend this morning also. Yeah, it was the birthday. It was in London. So it was like, how do you remember? I said, what do you mean? How do I remember your birthday? So it's the best thing ever. I was going to sing to you, but now that you're surprised that I just said happy birthday to you, I go, okay, no singing. But then, it's so funny. And I just wanted to check just this little thing because it's so sweet, because it's going to add on. It's very sweet because it's gluten free, doesn't eat anything else. So I say, okay, so what cake do you want to eat? That's gluten free. Carrot. Okay, carrot it is. I'm baking carrot cake today. Yeah. Yeah, it's my friend's birthday. Anyway, why I say that? It's a party, right? It's like a party. Yeah. So I don't need to be with that individual in London because he's in London. Just like I can't be with each and every one of you. But you know what? When you get on these calls, straight away, boom, it's a party. It's an invitation. I just wanted to tell you how I'm feeling. So I'm gonna just breathe and wait in the silence now. Thank you.
So how's that moon affecting you today, Craig?
I'm sorry, Mona, what was that again?
How is that moon affecting you today, Craig?
Well, yeah, it's interesting you should ask that. Because when the moon is full and then it moves towards being smaller or waning moon, it kind of signifies letting go of things, or it can be the courage to work through certain things and to see them off. And so what's really interesting is I experienced a time of high anxiety over the last few days. So and I'm very fortunate that I had very supportive people around me to help me through that. And yeah, it's no surprise that it showed up between the full moon and now. So
Well, I put it out in the field what I wanted for my RV, and I think I'm going to get it. It's a matter of negotiating right now.
yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
Yep. Are you planning on being a nomad, Mona?
Well, the intention was to live in it and for a year or two and then turn around and sell it and start a coaching business. But those plans didn't exactly turn out because I did not know that I wasn't ready for a coaching business. I did not know that it would take a minimum of 2 years to undo the entanglement issues that it took all my life to do.
Yeah.
I rushed a lot of stuff and I put myself behind the 8 ball.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, yeah.
Is
But it's
that
okay.
just that desire to have things happen overnight
Yes.
that might take a few weeks?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that spot. So I'm observing that with myself too now. Not let's put it this way. I'm forcing things much less
Oh, beautiful.
than I was in the habit of doing.
So good. So good.
You know, when I left Oregon, I expected to be gone only 6 months, and it's been 11.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm just starting to be ready to address some of the things. So,
beautiful.
you know, and as I mentioned before, the support that I've needed has been showing up.
Beautiful.
You know, I have some people live and in person, which to me makes a huge difference. And some of them are a very pleasant surprise. Thankfully.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add on with Mona. It's very interesting she brings that up because that's exactly how I, feel, how we just go, and with the pressure of getting whatever certified, go, and you're not even enjoying the processes. You're not even enjoying because it's so much to cram in. And I found that out in the year that when I was going into Magnetic Minds, everyone was just going ahead of me. And, you feel like you're in behind, you think, oh my gosh. And then I realized I had to get centered and say, no, what is the intention here? And I think that's where it really started for me because I had to be in my own lane. I had to know, I had to not listen to the noises around me because everyone was just bombarded. I get certified. It was pushed, so much pushed. And I realized who's real, like what I want here, not what somebody else wants and what they feel, what target they're going for. What do I want? And that's when I had to really pause and say, I'm not doing this as a race here. I'm doing it because I want to learn something. And in that learning, it was that holding space for myself, yeah, and get to understand what I'm processing here because it was a lot and it took me a year. It didn't take me 2 months, 2 weeks, 4 weeks. I didn't do sprints. I did a whole full year. And it was a lot for me because it's a lot. And then having to realize, thank you, yeah. So for today, where I am today, that I can just, come to acknowledge Mona and Craig in this is that we got to pause. We got to pause. You know what I mean with when I say pause, meaning just enjoy the process, yeah? Like just enjoy what you're doing, like right now, just pause. Because that's where it gets overwhelming. because you always think for the next, the next, the next, the next. What must I do next, 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 next? You know, and it's like, no, I don't need to do anything actually. And it's sort of like a condition you got to give yourself and say, no, I got to just enjoy this process, you know, just enjoy. And I really want to honor our silence, and I want to honor everyone here, because we're all participating in such a beautiful way, and learning as we go along is such a gift. And so we can just be here and just hear what is coming up, you know, and that resonates to all of us. So it's so special. And I just want to say thank you for all our processes, all progressing, all going forwards, no matter the time. There's no time and space here. It doesn't matter how long it takes. The most important thing is this being here and acknowledge with awareness and say, let's refocus and what I'm choosing again. Isn't that just the power of the now? So I just want to thank you and honor everyone. It's really, really amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, that's been my greatest challenge too, is the whole thing about coming to a complete stop. It's really difficult to do that when you've been spinning your wheels your whole life. I've been really blessed the last few months is that I found someone who actually already knows how to do this and was willing to teach me how to stop. You know, and as I mentioned earlier today, every 2 weeks, the moon changes cycle. And so that's kind of a natural pull toward letting stuff go and putting stuff back in. And when I'm still, I feel that, and I can ride that energy wave.
I have 2 pieces.
Yeah, so I don't have to conjure up a program of some kind. I can just ride the energy that's
Get
there.
that room up there, please. Thank you. There you go, ma'am.
Thanks.
But the key thing is to stop and be still so that I can actually feel that. I can feel that wave. And use it to my advantage. You know, I can heal with it. I can become vital with it. I can live the life I love with it. I can choose to live the desires of my heart with it. And thankfully 2 weeks isn't an extremely long time. So that helps as far as patience is concerned. Because another moon comes along every 2 weeks.
What are we pausing?
I don't want this one. Thank you.
I like that question. And for me, what comes up for me is listening. Mm. Mm. And that was interesting yesterday when Emily asked, "Where's Jessie?" I knew you were there. It's a beautiful thing. You were just listening. Mm. Yeah. So listening for me, for sure, has been, wow. Yeah.
For me, it's
So-
been about pausing life as I have known it,
Hmm.
or as I think it is. And taking a look at it. And asking myself, have I actually been experiencing life or something that I've made up?
Questions are some of the easiest places to pause because it's usually already built into our response. And so as someone asks a question, there's just a short instant between finishing the question and then already having an answer. Sometimes longer, sometimes there isn't an answer, but it's right after that question, right after someone asks a question, the pause is right there before we have something. What we're observing is rather than just going with the answer, we stretch out that pause and be like, wow, that is what I was just going to say. We just observe it. So we take we extend that pause and just notice like, wow, that's how I was going to respond. This is what I was going to hear. That was my answer. Well, could I use another one? Could I say something else? Could I respond another way? How would I want to? And that's where we live life. So now we get to practice. What do you desire? What do you want?
I would like to speak to what Craig was saying a minute ago about, were we intentionally living before or not? And I think no. I think we thought we were,
Mhm.
but I don't think we were. I think now when we are having awareness, we have a better opportunity to have intentional living.
Mm, mm, I agree. And unless someone has experienced it, they're going to disagree with you.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Which, okay. There's nothing you can do with it. Mhm.
And the funny part is, somebody that thinks that they're intentionally living doesn't realize that they're intentionally living a pattern.
Mhm. That's all we're pausing is that pattern of thought, that pattern of emotion, that pattern of reacting. And it takes so many different forms. We call them we call them triggers. Like, oh, after a question, you're triggered. Just be aware of your triggers.
The thing is, not only am I aware of my triggers, I'm aware of how somebody else is responding to their stuff too. Because I
Mhm.
notice that other people around me are starting to become more aware of their own stuff.
Mhm.
And when I notice that, I notice how I'm responding to their changes. And maybe I'm staying in my old patterns. And I'm not updating myself to what they're changing.
Mhm.
Because I'm living in what their past behavior was.
Mhm.
So if I can't do that, I cannot expect somebody else to do that for me.
May I honor that new awareness, Mona?
Yep.
May honor the softening of your heart, Mona.
Yeah, it's very inviting, Mona. Very inviting. Thank you. It's a beautiful invitation.
I agree with you, Allison. I love what you put in the chat.
Morning, everybody. Sorry. Well, not sorry, but I was so deep I couldn't come out of it. So what I wrote was, I celebrate feeling life's pulse when I pause my old patterns and allow my intuition to lead in that moment. And how powerful it is when each of us does that. I left out the each. So my word for today is intention. And to say thank you for being with me this morning.
Questions. When there's a question to ask, it's naturally has a tension to answer. Intention, as you use the word.
Morning.
Hmm.
Intention has intention.
It's interesting how words have often got that kind of double meaning, eh? Or double application.
Change it, just change a letter. Intention to intention, tension, tension, intention. It's all, that's where life is. Life is made in that tension. It either happens to us from the tension, from our patterns, or we create it. It sure doesn't mean that it all goes as you expect.
No, it can, that tension can also happen when we break a pattern, right, Jess? When we are going forward. So in that creative tension.
There is a moment when we unhitch.
Yeah.
So the same thing as if you think of, if I'm forcing something and then I turn and let it go. Yeah, there's definitely, that's what I hear you saying, but something you have to hitch it, if you will, which is the intention. You have to hitch it to something else to begin the flow. And naturally, as you unhitch from force, right, there's going to be movement. You think it's just like the river. We're mostly in life, if we're just reacting, we're swimming up the river the whole time. And when you say like, oh, I don't have to swim anymore, right? That's what happens.
Yeah, and that's what each of Mona, Nikki, and Craig spoke to in their experiencing of what they have got going on at the moment.
Not only that, the thing that I noticed too is my rate of growth isn't going to be the same as somebody else's. somebody else's rate of growth isn't going to be the same as mine either. And
Exactly.
I can't get impatient with somebody, or I can't get impatient with myself. Like Nikki was saying earlier, we have our own individual race to run, and we need to, in a way, keep blinders on so we're not seeing what's happening around the rest of us, kind of like a horse race. Because then we start going in different directions that we don't need to go into, and pretty soon we run into a fence and hurt ourselves.
That's why I like that expression, stay in your own lane.
Because I think if God meant for everybody to be in the same lane, he'd make everybody's life the same way. He made each of us individuals so that we could be put together to make a whole body. But we
And yet
can't
the
work
universe-
without the rest of without the rest of us. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And he actually, I mean, the earth is like that, man, when you think about it, right? All the different sentient beings.
And the cool part about the earth, and we need to take a lesson from this too, is during COVID, when we weren't running around in cars and creating a lot of external stuff that is not good for the earth was starting to repair itself.
That's right.
We have that ability too. If we would stop as people and quit running around all the time, creating havoc for ourselves and creating our own internal stuff that creates illness, creates dissent among our people, each other, things like that, we could heal ourselves. But we have too much ego going on.
Yeah, and the culture draws us to do that too.
There's a
To live like that. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Forced. We were forced
Yeah.
with judgment, comparisons. Yeah, you had to meet up somebody else's expectations. You weren't in your heart. You had to say no to say yes, yes to say no. All of that plays the role of pretending. You had to pretend. You had to be what they wanted, when they wanted it. It wasn't ever what you wanted. This is all coming together to say, what do I want? What do I want? That's the question that's come out today. As Jesse kindly reminded us, what do we want? And that is only you that can answer that now. No one else.
And the funny thing about what's happening in a way is I know that we have shifted a lot in our work world where companies were the people that dictated our lives. When you were there, they owned you. Even when you weren't there, you had to be on call. But now the culture is a little different because people are noticing that they're just little peons in these companies and that there's way more going on. And they're looking at these companies and they're going, hey, we want health benefits. We want to cut. We want to be treated better. We don't want to be owned by the system. We are valuable.
I gotta say, yes.
We can actually work at home 2 days a week.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Come on. Yes. Beautiful. And who says we can't have it?
And we can have it because now companies are
it.
starting to bend to our rules.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
But usually it's been us that said we can't
That's
have it.
yes, yes, yes.
You
Come
know,
on,
we've
let's
taken
go.
over
That's
from our parents
there. You go. There we go.
and deny
Mm,
ourselves things.
that's right. Beautiful.
Yes, so good, so good. We're
So good.
realizing like
the
the
sun is coming up,
peons, which we are, right? Is one way to refer to it.
The
How
PR. What
it's
is this? What does that mean?
peons is the low class, the low class,
Oh, ooh.
the masses, if you will, right? That's how we view, that's how we see ourselves for the
Ah,
most part.
isn't that
The
interesting how we see ourselves?
peasants, yeah,
Pleasant.
peasants, you know,
Just
peasants.
getting the crumbs
Yep.
from the table, that kind of thing.
Yep.
Oh, peasants. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, that's really
It's,
sad.
you know, if the majority of businesses, right? It's
Mm,
it's
wow.
the
Wow. Hmm.
biggest classes minimum wage.
Mm, mm, mm.
And
Wow.
in that has been a disrespect of the human from very early on for a long time.
Wow. Yes. Mm. Wow, you can really see that now, eh? Wow. Yeah.
And the power has always been there to say, if when the masses move,
Uh-huh.
nobody can stop them. Not all the money in the world can stop them. And
Yeah.
we're beginning to see the power of gathering together. We're
This is
beginning to.
sorry.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
Elsie.
Sorry, as you were talking, and you were talking about the disrespect for humans, what came to me was I could see how the blindness to what we are would contribute so much to that, right?
Mhm.
So people in power imagine that that power is real power when it's not.
Mhm.
And so there's that misunderstanding of what the real power of life is. And then all the consequences from that. Because there's a devaluing of what they really do have, and then imagining that the money that they have is what brings them satisfaction, meaning, joy. Not understanding that that's not what it is. And I don't say that, I don't know how to verbalize this, but it's not
Yes, you
so
do.
much. It's not so much that people with, it's not at all that people with money don't recognize what there is in life. There are many that do, but in the main, and in the way that our society has been constructed all over the world.
we like it worked really well. And that's the pattern that we got caught in.
Mm.
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 And when we get caught in a pattern, we don't look at, oh, maybe there's another way.
Mm. Mm.
That's the power of the pause.
Mm.
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 Did
I'm
it
just
ever work really
loving this.
well though?
I'm loving this.
It's always like if we're trying to always swim up the river, it's always was better in the past.
It's difficult to feel the current if you're swimming.
That's right. You just fight it.
Mm.
And I don't know why you'd want to swim upriver, because it's where you've already been.
Yeah, even if you're swimming with it, you still can't feel it.
Mhm. And like, if it works, just means, did it improve what was there before? So the question was, going backwards in time, did it make life better? And yes, right, from a better perspective, from a skewed better perspective, you bet.
That thing about seeing life as it is an enormously complex
Mm.
skill.
Mm. Mm.
Mhm.
And it's the most important.
Mm.
And
It's done.
and babies can do it.
Mhm.
Mm. Mm.
You know?
Which means we all did it.
Yeah, and we've all got the capacity to do that going forward.
Mm. Mm.
But it took effort, right, to build up the patterns, the resistance, the new, like, to not do that, and put new ones in. So then it takes effort to undo those, as Mona
Mm.
spoke.
But that's what I also feel with the reality where we are. We all different. We all different realities. So
That's
this is
right.
where this is where the trigger comes, because we're living our own reality with our own unbeliefs, our whole doubts and all things that we define ourselves. And this is where the communication doesn't come when we are when we have that confrontation or contrast. Is because we're living in different realities. We're living in our wounded state of what we were exposed to. Okay, and that comes into that present moment, and that person doesn't know that. They're just hearing, they're not understanding what you're saying, they're just hearing what you're saying, because they're only hearing what they're feeling, what's coming to them. Oh, this is my mother, father, my ex-boyfriend, my ex-wife. Oh, I see this. So that's the contrast of realizing when we give each other that space with pause, and we just pause and say, where is this coming from? Like, what do I need to know here? Because I don't need to take it personally. I just need to know, what do I need to learn from this? And what's my intention? Because I don't want to take from this person. I want to add on. I want to add on to your day, even if it's a smile. Yeah. Even if it's a piece of candy that I want to give you, whatever it is, piece of cake. I want to give you pleasure. I want you to know you loved. And I think that's where we can really articulate now, because we are more in our heart than in our head, like Mona says, the ego. And the ego is necessary because this is the vehicle of orientation. Otherwise, we'd not be able to know why we're here. We came here to have a good life. We came here to choose to live the life we love. And that's what we're doing now.
I think we came here to be what we were meant to be.
And that's love.
Yes.
Love. To express the love. Unconditional love.
And it's not even what we were meant to be, it's what we are.
There's it. Let's just amen to that. So be it. Thank you. And this is where it starts moving, because it's contagious. This is why we are here together, because it's contagious. Because everybody on the call that is here is going straight into knowing of what is here to be, to show up, to be, because, and it's beautiful. And yeah, we're unfolding it now as we speak together. They invite you to the VIP party. You're welcome. You can come as you want, party hats, whatever, painted faces. Come as you are.
So I was listening to a very interesting man who people will recognize him from YouTube, which is where I heard about him or saw about him. And he's experimenting with his own body to see what can optimize the body's longevity. And he said something really interesting to me, because what I picked up was that he was speaking to structure. And what he said was, imagine how differently we would live life, deal with things, if we knew that our bodies were meant to live forever. And so as you were talking, Nikki, now, I was thinking about that, because I was thinking or asking myself, what is the structure? And the structure is, I don't know if this is a structure, sorry, but what came up for me when I asked that question, what is the structure, or what are the coordinates in the structure, rather, as Jessie would say, or ask me, and then I go completely blank, and then something comes in. And so the coordinates are that we identify so much with the body that we think that we die. And we don't. Our being in our body just brings the awareness to us, the intensity of the awareness that we are alive. And so when we shift that grasping in a way from our body and our personality to infinity, everything relaxes and the grasping softens. And that's the structure. If we come from that structure, which you're going to have to help me out here with, because in loose terms, it's a creative structure, but there's something else, the other words.
You're doing great, Alison. You're saying it just perfect. If I could say perfect correctly, because it's coming from you. Yeah. There's no need to ask for extra words or extra this. You are the extra. You brought it and we all heard it. And it's beautiful. So I thank you for that.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautifully said. And welcome, Joe.
Hi, Joe. Hi, Ian.
Joe's in the house. as he said.
Hi there, hi there. I'm just listening.
Oh,
Some-
how there? Listen to that. Listen to that. Listen to that. Listen to that, my dear.
Big love,
Listen to
guys.
that. I liked your song on the 60. Yeah. I was interested that you mentioned 60. Yeah. In your song. That number 60. Mm. I don't know. You have to sing the song. I'm not, but it's your song. So you want to share that song?
Oh, I know what you're on about now. Sorry, my bad. I was
Yeah, of
thinking.
course.
Yeah, you're on
And
about
I
that
just
song.
and I
I was
yeah
11 years old.
yeah 11 years old, but he said 60. And then he had
Yeah.
a twist and he walked away from the camera like drop the
Oh,
mic.
yeah, that's
Ah!
right.
Yeah, drop the mic. Yeah, drop the mic. So what do you
I
got?
got my
Mhm.
goals. I don't believe in failing, cause I
Mhm.
know the smallest voices, they can make it major. I got the Nikki with me, some of the secret glory, and some I had to leave behind. My brother, I'm still sorry. Soon I'll
Sorry, Joe. I muted you, Joe. Dang it.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
See. Here, what happens is I love to capture that genius, and if the other sounds come in, it really makes it horrible on YouTube.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good.
And so as you do these pieces as they're recorded, I love them so that they're there so that we can do that. So rather than me having to mute everybody, we just let Joe do that. That's awesome. I love it. I love the enthusiasm behind it, but if we wanted to use it for something or really capture the essence of it, that's all I want to do is just honor the genius in it.
Yeah. I love you guys, man. I love you guys.
Welcome, Joe. Welcome, Ian.
Yes, Ian in the house. You all right, Ian?
Yes, I'm good. Are you?
Yeah, boy. I thought you were doing an undercover mission then. You were
I'm just
yeah.
listening and making food at the same time.
Oh yes, living the good life.
Hello,
What?
Ian.
Hi, Nikki.
Oh, hello, Ian. So good to hear your voice.
What are you cooking up in the kitchen, Ian?
I'm making sausage. Vegan sausage on toast. Nice and easy, just as I like it.
Oh, that is delicious. You don't get better than that. I love sausage.
It's vegan sausage, so I don't eat meat.
Yeah. Delicious.
Yo,
So
Ian, man, it's been roasting up here in Halifax, man. Is it proper hot down there?
Not really, no. A little bit warm, but not
I'm
like
getting
not like
baked up here.
roasted.
I'm red hot.
I'm getting a train down, then we can go sunbathe.
Yeah, roasting away, man. Just went to a football match with Isla. They won, and Isla scored as well. Isla scored a goal, mate.
Yay.
Awesome.
Was she
Hey,
excited?
Clay. Are you right, brother Craig?
Oh yes, brava Joe.
You been chilling with Maureen,
Yes, sir.
getting the hugs in.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah. Feeling good, mate?
Looking good.
I was talking to Pascal last night. We were chatting for a good hour. But then I just got inspired to do something, which is I've added level 1 of global information network into the app. So it's actually in the app now. Yo, Pascal, I put all the level 1 in last night, yeah?
Nice. That's awesome, buddy.
So if any of you guys fancy access to that, let me know, man. I'll give you access to it.
Thank you. So day 20 of infinite consciousness.
I'm loving it.
The tension, the pause,
Mhm.
intention. Okay, I have an intention, and then in tension, like I'm in the tension between the structures. That's all an intention is something that I want and where I am now.
And how would I like it to be? How would I like it to be? Yeah, but you have to ask the questions. You have to ask the question to get the answer. That is really, for me personally, when I ask, how do I want it to be? Yeah, because it doesn't always show up the way you want it to be. That's the thing. There you go. And then you ask the question, how do I want it to be? It's a whole different dynamic. It changes everything. Because you're changing your frequency, your energy, your way of thinking, and you're going into it, just allowing that space of how you would like it to be, how that person, you would like them to be with you in every way. And when you ask the question also what you want, because this is the question that's come out, it is that unfolding of in every moment, this is how I would like it to be. Does it come like that? No, obviously, because we're living in a world that, yeah, we're not, we've got to live in. But that's when you get to just be in that moment with a practice of awareness. And that's what becomes very interesting. And the surprise don't become surprises. It's just what you expect now.
Just before Allison, we were let's see, we were exploring that the body was designed to live forever. The what if it was? Maybe it is.
Yeah, I heard Dolores Cannon talk about that, like saying how like we were meant to originally like live for hundreds of years old. And then
maybe thousands of years.
Yeah,
That's
thousands.
what I heard too. Yeah.
That, but like when they were like planting and seeding this planet with like whatever the life, yeah. Apparently some big meteor hit it that just like took things out of balance, and they were thinking whether to just like go start fresh on another planet and that, but because they'd spent so much time on it, they were like, no, we're going to carry on. But yeah, that was kind of the reason, like she was saying. Well, I was just watching a guy on YouTube the other day, man. He was like 45 and he literally looked about 18. Like he was taking all these pills and stuff to like reverse aging and that. But it's like when someone says like, how old are you? Do you know what I mean? We're aging ourselves, aren't we? It's like, how young are you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, who says our age isn't just something that we believe?
What we believe in it.
Yeah, yeah. I believe I'm X age, and that's what X, and this is what X age looks like
Or feels like too.
and feels like. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so at a certain age, you know, my hair should be gray, so it goes gray, right?
Yeah.
Because you believe that that's the way it should be, right?
Right.
And a career is 40 years.
Yeah, but who says? You know,
And retirement's 25. I mean, I know who says, but we do.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, government actually did. Government told us 60, we got to retire. 50 or 40 or 50, especially you can't wear your hair long, for example, or whoever, whatever. I mean, who says that? Who are these people?
Mhm.
This is the question we're asking now today. Who are you?
Who are
Yeah.
you?
Yeah, who the hell are you? Let
Like,
me just
it's
ask,
like when you're
who
at a
are
party, yeah?
you?
It's like when you're at a party and you're like,
Exactly.
wait, who are you? Are you meant to be at this party?
Yeah, yeah. Have you got the VIP ticket? Like, can you pass to come into this party? Wow, isn't it? Yeah. So it's all illusional. It's all because we were bombarded and we had to live under false expectations of what people were saying constantly in government too, and they don't even know what they're doing either. So hello, we're just following to the slaughterhouse. That's what we're doing. We're all like sheep going along. No, we're not sheep. No, we're not.
Life after life after life.
Yeah.
So we
No,
were like remembering who we are, right?
there's
It's
it.
like
There's it.
remembering who we are, and it's like we can keep living, reliving those patterns over and over again.
Yeah. Yeah. I just love the fact we can take our power back, but not only take our power back, but take our power in every moment. We're not here to be a victim, to even define ourselves as victim. Yeah, we're here to stay sovereign and stay in our heart. And that's where it's uncomfortable for others, but that's when the change comes because it has to start with you. It has to start with you. And that's the example. That's the new earth. Somebody has to do it. It started with, it starts with you. It starts with me. Of course, it starts with me. You or me. I am you. I'm not separate. So when I say you, I'm saying me. And we are one in this. It's not even a question that. I don't even question that. And that's what gives me the encouragement to also know that, there's support in that. And that's what is needed. The government coming to the whole republic and choosing. It's because we're supporting them. So what are you supporting? That's the question, yeah. What are you supporting? I support growth, progress, to enjoy one another in all their glory.
Yeah, you
Because
guys
when
know Billy Carson?
Yes.
So Billy Carson, he says like, I'm always excited for the election because I can vote for myself.
Yeah.
So he actually goes to vote and he put his name down.
Yes. Wow. What a statement.
I know we all do that.
I come along with you, Pascal. I'm coming in agreement with you. That's right. Right now, the power is in right there. I'm coming in agreement with you. Anyone wants to join, they're very welcome to. There's it, baby. That's the change. There's the change. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, his entire life, like he's trying to
Powerful.
tell people how powerful they are.
Yeah, that's it.
Make
That's
them
it.
remember, because he remembered.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
And there's a few individuals like that, right? Matthias Stefano. I don't know if you guys know that guy too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. This yes.
He's amazing on Gaia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Beautiful.
And he says, like, I don't know the whole truth. And that's true. But I know what I know. I know what I know, right? It's like, I know part of the truth. And that's the only thing that is required to people.
That's it.
Right? Just tell your own truth.
Don't be scared.
You're part of it. You're part of it.
That's it.
And so we can remember the whole.
That's it.
Yeah,
So
there's no
what's
one
the-
person that owns that knows all of the truth.
No, exactly.
It's just not that way.
No.
And there's many paths to the truth. I think this is also very important because we're all in different levels. So it's wonderful to come along somebody and allow them to know that the truth can set them free because you have conviction. When you have conviction, there's nothing to persuade. Then wherever that person is, you can invite them. There's no judgment. There's no need to level up. It's just be there. And that gives people the real encouragement to push through where they are, not where you are, where they are. And so that's when they meet up. And that's how we get to grow together. Because when one follows up with leveling up, we all level up. In this call, we're all leveling up. Unconsciously or consciously, you don't need to know. We're all leveling up. This is where it's very powerful. This is where we take our power. This is who we, in this.
And yeah, as soon as you said, like, I know the truth.
Yeah.
Then you just collapse your consciousness.
Amen. There's it.
I don't know if you've done that before, but like you listen on Audible, and then there's a part that you're like, oh, I already know that. Right? And then you almost skipped over, like you're just like daydreaming for a bit. And then you come back and be like, oh shit, I missed like exactly what I wanted to learn right after. You know, because you're like, oh, I already know that. Or like you talk to someone and then like they're talking about a subject that you know, that you think you know, but you didn't hear their perspective. You're like, oh yeah, I'm already past that.
Isn't that? Yeah, isn't that?
And then you fly right by.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Now the truth, we've got so entangled with having the answer.
Yeah.
A structure, right? Society, education, your teacher, we always had to prove we knew the answer.
Yeah, at school it started that way, right? There's a right and wrong answer.
Well, and once we find one, we move on to the next one, right?
Yeah.
Instead of realizing that there's probably more to whatever answer we got.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I like about doing this every morning.
Do you?
Oh yeah, yeah. Because we keep getting more.
Yeah, I
We
know.
keep getting
I know.
more instead of just stopping and moving on.
I like teasing.
Yeah, I know you do. Love you, Pascal.
Love you too, man.
And so if we zoom out of our own specific knowledge and zoom all the way out and look at the explanation of the universe, right? Scientists, they give us a number that they can understand, 4%.
Mm.
So all we know is inside that 4%.
Yeah, and isn't it hilarious that it's even a number or a percentage? It's hilarious.
Or like we're 2.5% of our higher self.
Yeah.
I don't care about the number. I would
Yeah.
say if it's true, then I'm like, I ask the question, what else is possible for me?
Sure.
Right? Because like if I only know, say I'm my fully 2.5% of my higher self, what else is possible for me?
Yeah, and even science has shown us that. Like a very small, the way human beings are living today, we only have a very small piece of our DNA activated. So what happens when more of it gets activated?
Either good or bad.
Well, yeah, either way, like,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, get ready for surprises because it's going to be really a surprise.
Yeah.
And they're not so surprised because it's just going to be familiar.
Yep.
Yeah. Do we need more power in the hands of people that shouldn't have more power? You know?
Should we have power at all?
Or should we have power at all?
right. Should there be any authority that's outside of ourselves?
It's like, here's my story. It's what I feel with it is that everyone's passion, free to be, live, express passion, the genius of passion. Yeah. Oh, but man, as soon as you put in any type of old structure, it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like they can't coexist.
I don't think it can.
Yeah. That's why this transition is so difficult.
Yes. But I think it's always a transition. I think it always will be a transition. Just not always ours.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Unless we reincarnate and come back again, which would tie into infinite consciousness and learn a new pattern.
Yeah, and it's not like those lower frequencies will ever cease to exist. We have the choice not to live in them. Or be governed by them.
Never forget them.
Yeah, the question is like, is there anybody controlling us? Or we're telling a story that we're getting control? We believe that we're getting control. So we create that experience for ourselves.
But most human beings don't believe that they're being controlled.
But most people don't even believe that they create their own reality.
Well, that too.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Well, it flip-flops too. I think it depends on the situation. I think it goes back and forth, and that's why because we always got to have an answer, right? And so we use the answer that fits for us without ever giving it any thought.
Or without ever examining it.
That too. Yeah.
I think he's like, yeah, we get encouraged to basically control ourselves. But the patterns and the programs, the first stage is through our own experiences and decisions that we make. Then programs and patterns get imposed on us through our parents and authorities. Then number 3, the media, movies, music, and then the 4th layer, the collective consciousness, the matrix. But there's literally controlling parasitical elite literally put programs into the collective consciousness, you know. But it's like, but the point is that, can other people affect how we feel? Yeah, they can affect our thoughts, but then do we choose to go along with that influence, or do we choose to take our attention to what we love and what we want and what we choose?
Mm-hmm.
And then on knowing, it's like when we do it, that's when we truly know it. Knowing it and doing it, two different things. And then when you talked about listening to the book, I do that as well. It's like you're taking in one point, and then when you listen to it again, it's like in that time of thinking, you missed another point.
mhm.
But that's the blessing about, like, even if you read the same book every day, I mean, fire book, obviously, ideally you want fire books to be listening to, but reading. But like every day you're a new person, you're brand new. So like you can read that same book, get different cognitions, realizations. Yeah. So boom. That's my 2 cents. But that's it. Yeah, the powers that be, they know how we're creating reality, and the main majority of the population don't even realize that they're doing it. So like, if you know how to create reality and people don't even realize they're doing it, then you've got a great advantage over them. But all it takes is for the person to realize and to become aware, of that, and that spell loses its power. The trance, that's it. Wake up out of the trance. It's the trance that they're waking up out of, the trance that we've been put into. Low vibrational trance. That's why we came to dance. Oh yeah. I love you, all right.
Yeah, it goes from the predictable and controllable to the unpredictable, uncontrollable. That's from that perspective, right? Running patterns that are predictable is controllable.
Yeah. Comfortable. What we used to.
And
There is a
that's
sense
what
of security in that.
there is too, without a doubt. And it feels a whole lot, right? I mean, if all you've done is swam up a river, right, and that's all you were familiar with. If your whole life has been fighting, that's all what you're going to be familiar with. And anything outside of that is going to be scary. If you know your life is sad and miserable and depressing, like anything other than that is scary. If you've been a victim the whole time or paid slavery, which is what we've got today, anything else will be unfamiliar, scary, new.
Yeah, we see a lot of relationship, you know, that they're with someone and they're miserable. And then like you're like, oh, finally they broke up. And then like 6 months later, they're with the exact same type of person. Do you agree, Pancho?
Does that sound familiar to anyone?
Bingo. Well, until
Oh my goodness
that
gracious.
pattern, and that's it. It's like we're so deeply entranced in that pattern that they don't realize the same relationships are being attracted. But that's only because we've not shifted as a person. You know, there's still those lessons coming up in those people and experiences, and it's going to get bigger and bigger until we finally take notice. That's why I'm blessed. Like, that's why I'm blessed. Full stop. No comment.
No,
Yeah,
Yo,
really.
Ebony's in the house. Yo, Ebony, the dragon keeper.
Evening, Emily. How are you doing?
Yeah, the other realization,
Go on, Pascal.
the other realization I came across is like my whole life is based on my limitation. What I created in my life was based on my limitation. Even just materials, say like just buy a fairly new car. I don't know, 6 months ago. I think I talked to you guys about it. But why did I go for this one instead than like going for a more expensive one? It was based on my limitation.
And like our limitation can be conditioned by like our parents' limitation. That's why, like, as a parent,
Yeah, you can blame anybody. Yeah.
No, we don't want to blame nobody. I want to take 100% responsibility.
Right? Yeah.
Well, I took on mind, like, I booked a holiday for my birthday. I wanted to go to the Maldives, but I couldn't afford it, so I chose Lanzarote instead. My logical mind was like, there's no way I can afford £5 for the Maldives, so I'll go to Lanzarote, which I'm still happy with. Like, I'll be away, so, and it will be hot.
Oh, it'll be hot, all right, mate. Surely I can see you now in Lanzarote, mate. We're flipping chilling with the pina coladas on the beach. Oh, yes, Ian.
But see, Ian, like you spell yourself by saying I couldn't afford it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's my logical mind. No.
Yeah,
You know?
like that's happened to me before when I've needed to get like £5,000 together for a course or something. It's like I don't. That's what he says in Rich Dad Poor Dad. Don't say I can't afford it, because as soon as you say you can't afford it, that's like shutting the mind down to possibilities. So like, I mean, obviously Lanzarote, we're buzzing and we're blessed with that. But the next time something comes up like that, it's the question of like, how could I? Do you know? Just opening up that,
Yeah.
not focusing and worrying like, well, how could that be? Do you know? And then by doing that, that's opening up the brain and the mind to start chucking answers at you. As soon as you say like in Rich Dad Poor Dad, they say like, and I mean I'm talking, I'm learning too. But that's it. That's one of the big rules, to not say I can't afford it. Just like, I wonder how. Do you know? Or what? Do
Yeah.
you know? Opening
Yeah.
it up. But still, man, you could have done the same thing with Lanzarote, and you could have said I can't afford that either. So obviously you did it, and you're on it, and we're flipping beautifully, and we're blessed for what you've got. We're grateful for Lanzarote. And Maldives, yeah, I mean, it's just a bit further away,
Mm.
but
Yeah.
still be open to it as well. If that's your dream and that's what you love, do you know? Like, when we're doubting it, we're thinking about the lack of it and thinking about not having it. So it's like when you do think about Maldives, obviously you go in there, mate, you're on the hammock, you're chilling, you're by the pool, yeah. Just
Yeah.
logical mind's gonna come in. It's like, cool, you can laugh with it. You can say thanks. Thanks for coming up with all the reasons why I can't go. Do you want to tell me some reasons why maybe I could?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's it as well. Like, there's this really good book as well called Happy, and the guy in that basically is like saying, like, you're the CEO, right, of your brain and what thoughts are coming. So imagine like you're in the office, and like some people come to you with some work on a project, and like we just accept it, like, okay, yeah, fine, whatever, yeah, we'll take it. But no, you're like the CEO, like you said, you elect yourself, to be president, and by doing
Yeah.
that, it's like, no, guys, I'm not happy with this work. I'm not happy with these bullshit thoughts telling me I can't go to fucking Maldives. Bring me something back better, please, right? Let them come back, and then you'd be like, I'm still not happy with that,
Mm,
It was like
yeah.
Yeah.
magic though, because I was planning a holiday somewhere hot on my birthday, December. So I was thinking of Canary Islands, and I got an email saying bank holiday savings. So I got like £500 off it. I'm like, yay! So I did manifest it, just popped
Exactly,
up in an
mate.
email.
Exactly.
So it's like I got 500 quid off
Exactly.
it in the sale,
There we go, man. So many times I get excited about one
Mhm.
thing, and then something like, something even better comes along, or something that's just gonna give me that same feeling, you know?
I've been before to Lanzarote and you've got a nice cannabis cafe there, so I went last time.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
getting blazed up in Lanzarote.
Yeah. I can hear that in your songs now, Joe.
What can you hear in the song? Sorry.
Your energy. No, I just hear it in your songs.
Yeah.
And that's when it's so beautiful, because you won't need to even speak. It will just be. People will just resonate. They will just know. And that's what's so powerful, right? The influence that you want to give, the inspiration, yeah, the leading up to what could be. Isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
if you
it's just
define
a
it too much,
ride.
you close it.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a ride. How do you want your ride to be? Bumpy
Fun.
or smooth? Yeah.
All you really want to do is feel what you want to feel.
Hey,
Why should it matter how you feel that?
Exactly. Right. Why do we have to wait? We can do it right now. The invitation's open to everybody. We don't have to ride our dragons just tomorrow. We can drive our dragons right now. We're driving it right now. I say driving, not riding, because that's just what I
Oh,
like
you
to do.
driving yours.
Oh,
all
I'm
right.
driving, baby. You hear me? Yeah, you hear that? Fire, baby, fire. Come where it's warm and cozy. I'm all about that. So yeah, I love that. Powerful. And yeah, good for you, Ian. You are doing it. You're doing it. Magnificent.
It's like I've been going out in nature every morning in the woods, and I've started actually feeling the vibration of nature, like the calmness, the stillness. It's hard to explain, but
yeah.
I can just feel nature's vibration, and it's like, ah.
Yeah. Nature is you. Nature is you. You are nature. And it's only reflecting back to you what you're giving yourself. And that's what it is. Beautiful. And I can't wait to show you. Oh, I can't wait to show you New York. I'm so excited about that. Yeah. That's just my reality. That's what I'm choosing.
Coming, Nikki.
I'm telling you, when somebody gives an invitation or a proposal or a suggestion, just even a suggestion, I'm all on that. And I tell you, I get to be it, witness it, have fun with it, and say, yeah, we did that. Yeah, we did that. So that's the beauty.
Do you know, in regards to the Hawaii, yeah, like say that's a goal and a dream, right? 3 things that that will bring that at turbo speed, right? Is so like going into that feeling and how intense that feeling is that you're transmitting, yeah? And like how often are you doing that throughout the day? But then the key is as well is how much resistance have you got? Because we want like 0 resistance, 0, 1, 2 resistance, you know? And then we get the best things when we're least expecting it, you know? Because we've not got the resistance to stopping it from coming. So that's it. So with Barbados, you want to have that intensity feeling, going into that feeling, how often a day, yeah? But then also your belief wants to be level 10. So like anytime doubt comes in around it, then it's like, cool, refocus onto what we're choosing, what we want in the goal. All we're doing is thinking about the lack of it. So that's cool. We're like back to the feeling of what it's like to receive it.
Beautiful.
Because you can do that, bro. And I'm talking to myself too, mate, you know? Like Barbados,
I'm really happy
baby.
with Lanzarote. I'm really happy with Lanzarote. And it's because I'm going on I want to go on a solo holiday because I like going on a solo holiday sometimes. The price goes
wonderful.
up, like the price goes double, so I'm really happy with Lanzarote.
Yeah.
The Maldives, someone else can tag along with me.
Yeah. I want to tag
there.
along. I want to tag
On my
along.
birthday,
I want to
That's
tag
it.
along. Yeah.
Perfect time, perfect order.
Tag along.
For my birthday, I just want a solo holiday and just chill on my own because I like I like time alone sometimes, so I just want to chill on my own. Get myself a cake, sit on the beach, you know.
Come on now. Yeah.
Swim with the dolphins.
That's right. Oh, nothing more beautiful than that.
Yo, Ian, man, I don't know if you see. There's an opportunity. I'm going to Spain on Wednesday on a retreat. There's I think there's a space going as well. You know, if you want to come.
What retreat is it?
That's fun. What kind of retreat's that?
It's gonna be like breath work, just like
Oh, that's
chilling.
wonderful.
We got like a villa.
Oh wow, this is wonderful.
And literally like it's reasonably priced. You know, I think probably can get you a ticket for the event for like 300 quid, and then the flights are like 150.
How many
Wonderful.
days is it
I'm
for?
going on Wednesday, mate. I'm going on Wednesday, man.
Nice. How many days?
Mm.
Well, I'm going for the week, but the retreat's actually on for like 4 days in between.
Oh, nice.
Mm.
But yeah, just a little heads up on that. I know it's a bit late notice, but do you know what I mean, in case you're fancying it, it's not like a massive bank breaker.
It's
And
never
we're just
too
gonna be
late.
chilling in the villa and
Yeah, never too
beautiful
late.
people, amazing people, man. Like really beautiful people. And yeah,
Mm. Beautiful.
it's the guys that I do retreats with in Halifax, but we're just doing it in Spain now.
Beautiful, Joe.
We're going
Beautiful.
worldwide now, ladies and gentlemen.
Come on. I hope you're going to keep us
Mm.
posted.
Oh
And
yeah,
I hope you
yeah.
keep us posted. Yeah.
Are
I'll
you
do
coming in
what I'll do
Calgary?
is I'll do a happy call. I'll get everyone to join the happy call. We'll do it. We'll do it live. You know, we can join in
Oh,
over,
wow. You're
over
very
there.
generous. Very generous of you to do that. Thank you.
Oh well, everyone's gonna be buzzing out. Everyone involved's gonna be happy.
Yeah. I mean, let's just like spread the love. Yeah. I'm all for it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm
Tag
sure the
me.
guys
Tag
will be well
me.
up for that.
Tag
The
me.
guys,
Oh, yeah.
they'll be well up for it. I'm sure they will,
Oh,
especially
I'm
1 or
sure
2
they
days out
will.
of the 7. So yeah, definitely, man. You guys are part of it.
Absolute.
You can't not be.
Absolute. Thank you.
You're part of me, and I'm part of you. We just another.
Yeah. Proud of you.
You're just another
The
part of
better
me.
part of me. Love it when you do that. It resonates so quick for me. I just like heartbeat, boom, I'm there. Yeah. I love that song too, by the way. You say, yeah, I love that song. I'm gonna listen to that song also today. You're part of it's Michael Jackson, yeah? Just confirming. Just please confirm. It's called
Shamone.
Michael Jackson. It's Michael
Yeah.
Jackson that sings that. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, I haven't heard that song for a very long time. Hey, so that is a part of me, huh? I'm gonna look it up right now as I
Yeah, it's
speak.
called Another Part of Me. You're just another
And
part.
just come on, let me just get this. Oh yeah, she's gonna listen to this one. Michael Jackson, Another Part of Me. Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. Part of me. Oh. Mm. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Oh yeah.
Thanks for the invite, Joe, but it's a bit short notice for. I hope you have a beautiful time. I'm
Yeah,
sure you will.
cheers,
You have
man.
an amazing time.
Yeah, no, cheers, man. I know it's late notice. I should have give you more of a heads up.
That's
But you never
all
know
right.
if
I'm
you get
going into camping.
hit with inspiration, you know, you can do it. You can do it. But like, yeah, it's in your hands, my brother. Either way, we're on it.
So it's in 4 days, isn't it? Wow.
Oh yeah. This is becoming a real interactive challenge, isn't it? Now it's not just you're not just safe on the Zoom call. You're gonna start getting invites out into the world now.
If you ever do a retreat again in Halifax, I'll definitely come.
Yeah, I'll give you a heads up on that, my brother.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow, yeah, we're doing Dragon Heart Connection.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we are.
1 o'clock.
Yes, we are. Yes.
We're going live.
Is that what time? What time zone is that when you say 1 o'clock?
Oh, sorry, that's normal time for you guys.
That's my time.
Yeah, that's when it normally starts for you. Yeah, it's
Beautiful.
1 p.m. my time, UK.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ebony, what time is it for you? About 10, 11 at night. So it's really cool that we're like spanning the world, you know, on one call. New York, UK, and Australia all on one call. It's beautiful, man.
Yeah. This is what Michael Jackson, another part of me, when Joe mentioned, it says we're taking over. We have the truth. This is the mission to see it through. Don't
Oof.
point your finger.
Oh,
Not dangerous. This is our planet. You one of us.
oh,
We're sending out major love. And this is our message to you. Just another part of us.
oh my days. Thank you, Nikki. Wow.
No, thank you, Joe.
That's
That's
lovely.
you. That
Like
was
wow.
you, not me.
No, no,
I
no, no,
just
no.
joined along. So thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, there's so many songs I'm excited about singing and bringing out, you know. Whether that's my own songs or just like covers of like other people's songs. There's so much amazing music out there that I love, and I'm looking forward to singing to the people, you know. Because like my inspiration, you know what I mean, it's like Queen, it's like Jacko, it's like, you know, and then it's building my own. Do you know what I mean, mixed in with a bit of Grease Lightning, you know, it's flipping. Just tapping into that energy, man. But I've had people say that, like even back in the day, like my mate when he did some like intergalactic thing, he was saying that, like I'm a frequency holder, you know, and just with my presence, like we can literally like raise frequencies. And then like Ebony was saying something like that as well with the music and just with the voice, the heart and the voice connected. It's like, and then to sing, it just opens up like depths and energies within people and ourselves. That's like, yeah. So that's it. So that's why, like, it's all that's what pulled me into Magnetic Mind, you know, what that choice of I choose to live my true nature and purpose because I put that aside, you know. I just got focused on doing this and doing that. And that's what got my heart tingling with on that 5-day course of like just moving into that feeling. And what came to me straight away was like music, films, you know, like writing music, singing music, you know, that's what came to me, true nature and purpose, you know. So yeah, so putting out music, I mean, even just like a 60-second little thing, and I see it more of like a transmission now. You know, it's more like an energetic transmission, heart activating, you know. Because that's one thing that Kevin said on his talks. Like when he does his things, he'll get down on his knees and he'll pray and he'll say, "Look, I just want to reach one person with this. You know, I just love to impact one person positively, in a beautiful way. You know, bringing a shift." And that's it. So just and doing that, like I did. There was a post about a week ago when I said, "Look, I just hit me like a thought for a post," and I was like, "Who wants to join forces in bringing the frequency revolution?" Yeah. And when I posted it, like after I posted it, I could feel it still like transmitting from my body. Do you know, like the frequencies and the energy of it, of the transmission. And that was like, yeah, I remember like, and then to get the response that it did as well, which was like 10 times the response of normal posts. Do you know what I mean? And it was like, yeah, so that's it. So with the music or with the stories or with the talking and the sharing, that's it. It's like a frequency transmission, isn't it? You know? And right now we're doing this, you know, collectively we're doing it as well. Right now, transmitting this out. Like random people just coming up to me in the steam room and just like proper chatting and saying, look, actually, you know, it is, I don't know for some reason, but I really want to get into this spirituality stuff. I don't know what it is, but yeah, well, what's this breathing? Do you know, like I really want to get people that aren't would not normally be that way inclined, you know, coming out and asking questions about like breathing and stuff. You know, it's like, and this is like, yeah, exciting. The shift's going down, man. We're just like lighthouse transmitting. What we're transmitting now with our focused energies and feelings. And this, you were talking about doing this as well, Ebony, in groups, weren't you? But like actually doing it with, like, because you work within the government, helping people, don't you? But like actually creating circles where it's like, right, we're focusing on this joys, you know, on what makes us come alive, and doing that in circles around the world. And then it's like we experience people, situations, events and situations that is aligned with the feelings that we are transmitting, you know, and feeling. So by collectively going in them group spaces, you know, but actually doing that within an official kind of like governmental space, like that's powerful to be in that space and to be have that flexibility to go them places.
Pretty cool. It's just a matter of shifting the it can be really hard work because the systems are old, and so they like it's taking ages to firstly to get things on the agenda, and then for them to wrap their head around what self-care is and what self-love looks like, and until it's sort of like pointed out on how like all the government people that work get offered packages for self-care, but then when you put that to them and say, why isn't that happening for clients and people that have been affected in certain ways, then they kind of go, oh, because the people that have like experienced life where there is no joy and there is no purpose and there is helplessness, these are the ones that need that reminding of joy and love and who they are the most. And so, yeah, it's a real journey. And so to be able to go in there and create those programs that bring joy back into people's lives and start the remembering process through a very on the ground, you know, grassroots type of way it's really cool. I'm very, very blessed to have that position.
Yeah, what a position to end up in, you know, and like
there's a whole crew like that that I'm sort of working with to get this going. And so from that idea of bringing those programs in, I've been able to suggest another program be spawned for that purpose, where people are self-empowered and create the programs based on their own innate abilities. And then so people that have been affected in some way and have lost their joy or whatever direction and haven't really got any kind of purpose, we can help draw out their innate abilities and get them starting up a group. So if they do like yoga and they haven't done it for 5 years and they come in and then they want to do that, then they can draw people in and start remembering what that felt like to have that in their life. Or it could be as simple as going on hikes. It could be baking. It could be whatever brings them joy, like just set it up and get someone in there. that can express that and share that amongst other people that can get joy out of it, so that it can slowly expand and create a network and lift the vibration that way. So it's collectively, creating a high vibrational foundation and group and collective. Yeah, it's awesome.
But that's
Yeah,
big
you said it.
to be in there, and like you said, you're struggling for them to see that and for them to prioritize that. But then by them experience it, they can understand more as to why that could be beneficial. But like to be in that like kind of institution, although it's old and slow, like your vibration, you know what I mean, is like the complete opposite end of the spectrum, like, you know. So it's just automatically like doing what the binaural beats are doing, you know, like you're like the binaural beats in the government.
It was really weird going in there when we had to do presentations, and there was like 3 different ladies, and they were talking about their experiences of like family violence and everything. And then when it came to me, I was like talking about how, you know, just the other side, like of things, exercise, remembering who you are, implementing all these self-care things. And yeah, it was a totally different feel. And I think the focus, it just shows wherever you focus grows, because the people that caught on to that then were asking lots of different questions about that self-care, and just a reminder that not all of us have been brought up to think about ourselves first or put ourselves first. Sort of gave them insight into how you know, how we've been programmed to believe that putting ourselves first can sometimes be selfish, or it just hasn't been instilled in us to take care of ourselves in a way that feeds our soul. It's like, yeah, it's really epic. I love it. I love everything I do, really. It's so cool.
It's just mad though, like, because like it's not like you've just like got this job. Like it sounds to me like you've had to like kind of maybe pitch this idea to them, and not only had yourself heard, but like they've said, yeah, let's do it. And like, wow, like flipping heck, what the heck?
That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. So that's well, that's part of my job, is to bring ideas to the agenda, and the ideas are based around what is missing. So what aren't they implementing throughout our system? What is not being met within the system? So, and that was all around, that whole self-care is missing. We focus so much on people being victims and victimized, and replaying that story so that people never leave the system. So it's a matter of breaking into that and creating change. And let's change the energy of it. Let's change the perception of self. Let's create change so people leave feeling good and remembering that they're not a victim, that they're empowered to create choices and feel good.
And create the life that they love, man, and not just flipping talk about the problems and go around and round in circles.
Yes.
You know, and focusing on, like you say, the feelings. Okay, what's the joy? Where's the joy? Yo, guys, this is crazy, isn't it? Does this sound crazy to you? Like, this is amazing, isn't it?
It's super cool.
Wow, it's just...
Yeah, I'm enjoying this a lot.
100%. Yeah, it's 100%.
I want to go and present. I want to go and present in different parts of the world about self-care and self-love, and to different systems, to different government systems, and different, well, there's so many different systems that you can infiltrate to create change from a ground level that infiltrates and works up, and just lead by example.
And that's exactly what we have actually processed in the magnetic minds, and where we have always gone into the growth of the reality and the desire. The reality and the desire reality. Where is that? because
Yeah,
we're coming
that's it,
out.
Ebony.
We're coming out of the matrix. We're coming out. This is normal. This is, if we want to put it normal crazy, this is what's normal. This is what it's meant to be. Just
And
the
that's it.
remembering. Yeah.
Ebony, that's it, Ebony. Because the thing is, yeah, like
Yeah.
all the guys, we've gone through this magnetic mind training, yeah, which
Yeah.
brings us aware of like the problem solution orientation, and you know how we're just in that never ending loop of victimization and all
Yeah.
that. But it's also we've been pre-trained in shifting people, you know, like into that new orientation. So it's not
That's
just like
it.
a random group where it's like we're all on like different pages. We've all got
That's
that
right.
same kind of page, which is all around the super conscious, you know, and creating a life of love, not therapy. The best form of therapy is creating the life that we love, you know. And
Right.
this is
Mm,
what
yes.
this is about.
Yes.
And this is why
Yeah.
we're
That's
doing this
right.
consciousness challenge, because that's what I love, you know, that's what we love, and we're all loving it together, do you know?
Yeah.
And then
Yes.
and it's like, and now this is just opening avenues like that I've
Yes.
not even like been thinking about, or like not even being out of my, because you've told me about it, but I've not really like comprehended it much. And when you talked about presenting it to them three ladies, it's just amazing. And like, but the weird thing is as well, because Craig, you know, like I've been transmitting out like someone that's like next level at like organizing or like executing. And it's only just come to my attention, but like Ebony's saying, well, that's one of her specialities, to be like a master executor. Do you know what I mean? It's like perfect. Do you know what I mean? Because plan executed today is better than the
Beautiful.
perfect plan executed. Yeah, a good plan executed with enthusiasm today is better than the perfect plan implemented tomorrow. Yeah,
Oh, beautiful.
a good plan executed with
Yeah.
enthusiasm today is
That's
better than the perfect
right.
plan implemented tomorrow.
Ooh, let's go. Let's go.
You
That's
know,
it. Beautiful.
as far as we can see, and we can see further, we've got enough to do with what we've got. Like we, and
Yeah.
that's it. I'm talking myself. I go steps ahead. It's the next focus on this next logical step, master this next step. You know, the next step will appear. You know,
That's it. Beautiful. I hope you're listening to yourself.
oh, I am.
Right? I hope you are. Yeah.
I'm mainly talking to myself here.
No, you're not. You're talking to everyone. But what's really important when we express and not trying to impress, it's a different. You are expressing, and that everybody can resonate. It doesn't matter if they hear it or don't hear it. They're gonna hear it.
Heart
Because
expression.
you, Joe, my man, you need to hear it.
Oh yeah. Oof.
And I'm saying that with love. And that's
Oh, yeah.
only because you know my heart. And because you know my heart, I can speak directly to you. And that's the beautiful, because you've just spoke directly to me. So I'm just giving back the appreciation.
Thank you. I love you.
Because I'm co-creating with you also. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
No, thank you.
No.
No, yeah, I love you because I know you're going to do that, because it's just that's so the obvious. But hey.
Nah, we are blessed. Oh my days. But yo, Ebony, Nikki, this is blowing my head up though. What you saying, Ian, man? This sounds crazy, doesn't it, bro? Do you know what I mean? Like,
no, it's exciting. It's exciting.
So excited. It's so exciting.
It's exciting. Let you know that it is exciting.
Other governments, like, we can do this, man. We'll start presenting, mate. We're gonna I'll start targeting them. I'll target the politicians on the ads, mate. They won't be able to escape us.
Listen, they're not going to be able to say no to you, Joe. That's for sure.
Oh my days! Wow.
You don't, Joe.
Like,
I mean, you're not going alone. You're going with all of us behind you, beside you, and holding tight.
Oh yeah, that's it. And that just gives me such, like, you know, courage,
Yes.
and like just deep inner power that's already mine. You're just helping me tap into my own power.
Mm.
You know, assisting that,
Mm-hmm.
vice versa.
And you see the inspiration of Emily, what she's going for, what she's standing, what she's doing, what she's expressing, what she's just doing in every general, that is what you see in her, and that's who you are already. Do you see that?
Yeah, wow.
That is what it is. You just spoken it right now into existence. You just said you're going to be going into front of politicians. You're going to be speaking. Yeah, and they're going to hear you. Oh, yeah. You see the influence?
I could, you know me, I could speak.
Yeah.
I could well do
Yeah, but
presentation.
that's the beauty. That's the gift. But do you also see the inspiration, the inspiring, the knowing that you see it already in Emily, and that's in you? Isn't that beautiful? And she's just being her. She's not being anyone else. She's just being what she's choosing, what she's loving, and what she's discovering, what she's offering. Isn't that just a gift? You got it.
Thank you. Yeah, I honor this space. I feel it, man. Feels very tingly around here.
I love observing the two of you interacting.
I know, this is where kids become kids.
There's a super activated heart chakra.
Oh,
when
totally.
the two of you get together.
Yeah, it's just.
Because that's it, yo, Ebony, yo. Do you know Nikki's got the other 4 gene keys in her heart, and I've got the other 4 gene keys in my heart.
Yeah, it's like a perfect fit.
Yeah.
I haven't really delved into the gene keys thing. I don't really understand.
Yeah, we are perfect gift.
But that sounds beautiful.
Yeah.
Well,
it's very fascinating watching it in action.
And it's exciting too, isn't it? It's so exciting. And we don't need much excitement, Joe and I. We just got that. We have to hold on sometimes. Otherwise, we're going to like...
Constantly calming myself down.
Thanks to Emily. We can breathe. We can breathe.
Alert from low battery.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, no. Charge up quick.
But yo, man, Ebony's executing away in the app. Yeah, she's already building up the Dragon course, right?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Construction right now. We've done week 1, week 2's coming, week 3. Do you know he's coming to you, innit? It's coming to you in downloads, innit, Ebony?
Yeah, as we move through them, just come through. Like, what is next? That's why the week 3 isn't there.
Come on.
Yeah.
You were on about doing like a 7-week course though, Ebony. Do you remember that course that you said that you'd figured out that came to you?
Which one, sorry?
The one that you said would have to be like 7 weeks. Was it like 1 for each chakra or something?
Yeah, that was it, activating the different energy centers within us, and so that we can understand the associations and the energy that's connected to them.
Oh, thank you.
So that we can
What is that?
So that's another fire course that's going to be coming out soon.
Yeah, bring it all.
That's it. We're going to be launching these courses out
just
missiles.
bring it.
We are going to literal war right now.
Come on, just bring it.
We're bringing the Lovolution
That's right, bring it. Bring it.
But now we're actually going to create a campaign specifically for politicians as well.
Come on, that's right. That's it.
Imagine that, man. Do you know what I mean? We're going to hit them like
pure magic.
We're gonna
it's a kind of magic.
By them,
that's
lead by example, you know.
Yeah, that's it.
Bombarding them with the love bombs, you know, awakening their own hearts, because that's it. Their heart's been shut down, you know.
Yeah,
they're just left brain prisoners. We're gonna bang a binaural beat on their head, get the left together, you know?
Yeah.
Like people think like, oh yeah, no, well that's it. When the revolution comes, that's it. We're gonna flipping like hang them all and stuff. It's like then we're just on their level. It's like now,
Yeah.
man, we're focusing on creating and the
That's
energy's
right.
us, you know. But
Yeah.
like you can't just go and like assassinate
Creative
someone.
being.
Another Agent Smith will pop up. You know, we need to get to
Yeah.
the root cause, and we are the root cause. The government is just a projection of us. Everything's just a projection, reflection. You know,
Yeah.
micro,
Yeah.
macro. Any hate we've got for the government or whatever is just hate for ourselves.
Yep.
But as well, like there was a guy talking, and he did a video, and he went viral in that. But he was talking, he was saying like, we need to stand up, people. We need to stand up. But the energy he was coming from was like victim, and he was just talking about everything that he didn't want. So like, imagine when we assist and help the general public actually focus their heads on what they do want, you know, on what actually feels good, you
That's
know,
it.
because
Yes.
we go into the end result, but it's just that we've been purposely like misled to create our own patterns and programs that automatically self-limit us to us flipping limit to his limited potential. But we're going to unlock that, man. And that's it with music, with film, with short stories. Like we're going to be getting back on with the interactive videos. Yeah, Ebony's getting excited about that too. So we're going to be creating, like you say, Craig, you know, interactive gaming experiences, you know.
Yes. That's going
Yes,
to be
please.
exciting.
And this
I'm
is it, man. It's time for the execution.
Yeah, I've known for over 10 years that what I'm doing is going global. And I'm really fascinated as to, like, you know, we've called each other into our lives. We've actually done that intentionally, whether we were aware of it or not. Like having a conversation like this, it's like, this is a dream I've had for many, many years. And I can see us doing this. I can see us going global and, you know, and doing live events and, you know, and teaching people to tap into their innocence and their intuition and their inner authority and tuning up their chakras and, you know, and all these kind of things.
Another element we're going to be bringing in is like health and fitness. Like Ebony's into a fitness. Yeah, I used to be a gym instructor, you know, and this is another crucial element. You know, we just sat here on Zoom, you know, like getting people moving and grooving, you know, whether it's just light and gentle qigong, just breathing, whatever. And then the food as well. We're going to be like holistic health, holistic food, nutrition. Do you know what I mean? All angles, man. Because
Who's
this is
got the
it.
nutrition? Who knows the nutritional skills? Who's mastered it?
I've got people around me like that, but like, yeah, I've got someone like very close, but then we get loads of people, man. Don't worry about that. And we just focus on the wow, on the dream, and the people appear. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you're an example of that. You know, coming up with this governmental stuff. Yeah, we're taking over the government right now.
I didn't come up with that. You came up with that.
What did I come up with? No, anyway, whatever. It's all coming through us, isn't it? It's coming through us.
Yeah.
We just so
we're not fixing anything. What we're doing is we're just displacing all the old stuff with brand new stuff.
Creating change, shifting
creating the new. Yeah. 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 And it'll take over eventually just by itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that whole process of actually presenting to that, there was a whole team. So you if you can imagine, you've got police officers, you've got child protection, you've got family violence workers, you've got counselors, psychotherapists, all these people that run services for family violence, right? And they've got all these different systems in place and programs. And so then to go out like and speak to them and try and shift their perception so that they could understand what I was talking about without going into experiences. So the other two ladies went and talked about like the hectic, heavy experiences. So just recycling the energies that they'd experienced, right? And like all honor to them for being able to stand there and do that. And then I came in and it was really bubbly and brought this whole other energy to this situation that where everyone had just heard horrific stuff, and then try and break into their minds to show that by shifting the focus on creating new energy is how we're going to create change, and that's what they're missing. So it was actually really daunting standing there and you're talking to people that have worked in these systems for 20, 30 years that have assisted the government in creating programs where people keep recycling their shit, right? And yeah, it was really nerve-wracking for the first ever presentation, as you can imagine. It was really overwhelming, but we got a really overwhelming response to the point where it got put on the agenda, and now we are creating and have the go-ahead to create these self-care programs and an advocate-led self-care programs, which is awesome. So hopefully over the next 6 months that will keep expanding and we'll see the change. But after that, one of the ladies that used to be a police officer and now she actually runs these systems leadership groups said to me that she'd flown to a conference or a convention in Sydney, and while she was there was it was all about self-care, and she was like, and all I could hear was you like talking about what you were saying, and I just wanted to yell out self-love, it's all about self-love. And she like messaging me like, and she, you know, she's like in another state, and she was giving me updates on this conference that I had no idea about. But the people that were on stage, this one particular guy was up there saying that, you know, the way that our services and the systems need to go, it's going to be created with love, and it's all love. And because she'd heard what I was talking about, it was relative to her. So she was able to come back from that conference, and she's like 110% behind me now. Like she will ring and ask for advice on certain things and how I want to do things. Everyone always asks me how I want to do things. And I'm like, all right, well, I feel like this would be the more appropriate way. It's just really bizarre.
What an amazing influence to be able to have.
It's really weird because I just am. And I've just found myself in this position. I never set out to create change like this in this circumstance, but everything just led effortlessly through this, through to this. But it's really bizarre because all of my life I've found myself in circumstances where people will say, what do you need, or how do you want to do things? And I'm like, do they I'm like, okay. So it's bizarre. But anyway, it's been
hilarious.
It's epic. And I didn't realize the gravity of the position when I first put my hand up for it. I was like, yeah, that sounds like, yeah, I could be really passionate about that and get in there. And then when I was in there, I realized what change and at what level and levels the repercussions of my voice was, affecting. And then I got really excited and started really intentionally focusing on what needed to be created. So it's in progress. It's all just a yeah, I wanted to go in gung ho. I went in there and I was like, and they were like, yeah, Ebony, we can't, you know, things aren't going, it's going to take a little bit of time. You're going to have to work with us and be a little bit patient. And I'm like, all right, okay. Had to take like, you know, 10 steps back. I was already raring to go, but that's okay. We're there. Got to work within the system. And that was the other thing, to infiltrate the systems. We can't just change systems. We need to get into the core of the system. And so this is what I've found. I'm right in the middle of the core. So I can create change from and infiltrate from the core, and it will reverberate out. And that's exciting.
Yes.
I can see Craig doing this job all day long.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, this is making me sing. Just hearing this, Ebony. So thank you for sharing all this.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
We've got this.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Because the other thing is too, you know, getting really, really good practical experience that way.
Yeah.
And it's very scalable.
Mm. It was super cool, Craig. That's exactly, you know, when I went and did that first presentation, I actually used to be on the radio and be able to present, but there's lots of things that have happened that have knocked my confidence out of me. So to get back up there and actually share bits of, just express how I really felt, and from my heart, it was really, I don't know, it was very empowering. And that's when I went, I want to do this all the time, and I want to share from my heart all the time, and I want to create from this space.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what a blessing that is, eh?
Yeah.
To actually be paid to express your art.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
that's so phenomenal.
It is, yeah. Bring ideas to the table.
Yeah, I didn't even know that position was available. Like, I don't even know if you did. You know, you just like took it.
I
Ended
didn't.
up in that position.
My old
But
boss.
you've made us aware now. Like, so when I'm thinking of like leveraging, like when I was saying like, rather than just doing one-on-one calls with people, like leveraging this, and we were saying like teaching what you're doing, but then like this is just a whole nother level of like actually like, because this is also bringing up something that my friend was mentioning on a live stream, saying like, if you want to bring the change, like go to your local councils, you know, go to them local council meetings and bring up things, you know, and speak. And I was like, I made that decision to do that. And I spoke to someone that's there, and they're gonna let me know when it's on and stuff. But I need, but like presenting wise, I was like, I didn't know what I was gonna do. I was just gonna open my mouth and speak, you know. Point is, yeah. So that's it. So like that offer there of enabling people to be able to go, imagine that, and like get your heart spoken into the core, you know. And for it to reverberate out, I mean, that is just an offer that I've never even comprehended before. Like, wow.
It's been an experience. It's really good. It's been really good for me to remember who I am.
Yeah.
This is huge, man. Like, this is just huge. And that's it, the self-care and the self-love. It's just such it's a good door opener, you know, something that people can believe in, something that they're aware of, something that they know they need to do. But then it's just from that, it's just gonna open up avenues, you know, similar to what we're experiencing beyond their current perceived comprehension.
Yeah.
So Ebony, what are you remembering about yourself?
I think I'm just bringing back my self-confidence. It's like, seriously, Yeah, my self-confidence and my ability to really speak from my heart and know that it doesn't have to resonate with everyone. It just needs to resonate with me, and just
Right.
go use my voice, because that's what was shut down.
Did you have a time in your life when you were confident with your voice?
Yeah. So when I used to work on the radio, I used to do we used to do breakfast radio. I was on the breakfast radio show, and we used to do crossovers, and we used to do events and things like this as well, which was really cool. And that was me stepping out of my comfort zone, because I wasn't confident to start with. But then once I understood the job at hand and got into the flow of it, I was able to, sort of turn up and have fun with it, which was good. But I don't know, just over the years, different things. I think just having I don't know, it's just the relationships that I've had close to my heart, that I haven't utilized my own self boundaries, which has allowed for me to just I've smashed my own boundaries and abandoned myself, which has created vulnerability and all sorts of stuff. So, but I'm learning to, it's not just once though, like these cycles. I thought I was a fast learner, clearly not. And it just, that's okay, because I know I'm in a different realm now. I'm in a different realm, I'm in a different space, and I've had to work hard over the last 20 years. But in saying that, all the work that I have done, I've done it before because my heart was cracked open when I was like 20. So, and when I was that young, that's when I actually came to find who I was and my purpose and my reason for being here, and the love for myself, and this world and everything that is created for it and in it, and the universe and everything like that. So from there's been nothing that could be more terrible, but also more like, that was the greatest time of my life, but it was activated by something that was the most horrific thing of my life. So, but I was turn it around and fill that space with that unconditional love. And that's how come I was able to tap into everything that I did, because I chose love and loving myself and understanding through compassion. And so through that, I've been able to gain the reflections of everything else and others, because I've met myself in certain ways. So anyway, it's bizarre. So, but yeah, again, we go into little cycles and whatnot, and then we create layers to go and experience different things and understand ourselves in different ways, and then remove that density that's been created and shift our perception and understand others and blah blah blah. We do all this sort of stuff, but I don't need to do that anymore. I need to create and expand in that loving vibration. I've done my job in those lower densities, and it's time to now evolve and move and lead in this creative space that we are finding ourselves in, and move with the Earth's ascension and move with those new Earth energies, and assist others that are still cycling in the mess that, like, we are responsible for, whether or not we want to. We have directly affected and assisted in creating those cycles that people are stuck in, but we're also creating avenues and pathways out by exiting it and leading by example. So this is how we take responsibility for what we have created also.
Yeah. Wow. there's so many curiosities in what you've just said. I was
Sorry.
fascinated that I was fascinated that you used the term confidence. Because when I look back on my life, it's kind of like there was stages. There have been stages kind of around confidence, and the early one, like when I was in my late teens and early 20s, I was cocky confident. Like I felt like I could take on the world and I could try anything and succeed at it.
Yeah.
And and I actually did in a lot of cases. And I met with a few things that were kind of showed up as brick walls, but it just veered me into another way that was more like what my heart wanted to experience. But then I got into a second stage where that confidence was just eroded to the point where there was nothing left but matchsticks.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now I'm in another phase where I'm remembering all the confidence that I had when I was younger, but it's tempered, and it's much more wise and resourceful.
Yeah.
In new ways. So yeah.
Mm.
So I'm really excited about that, and I'm so grateful.
Yeah.
To run into other people that have had a similar experience like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it's a matter of like that whole reprogramming, as much as like, we can know ourselves on a soul level and have found a purpose. But when we hold ourselves in a certain vibration and continue to recycle patterns, we have to then undo those patterns and learn to we have to train our neural pathways to react and respond and feed energy in a different manner. And that takes a lot of focus. And if you're aware of it, then it is easier. But so many people are not. It helps if you do know or have a sense of yourself, then you know what needs to be rewired and what you won't accept for yourself. I won't accept self like negative talk towards myself. And so but there's been a time, and where you do find yourself doing things like that goes against the natural rhythm of who you are, and so then you have to mindfully change that and pull yourself up on it. And then as soon as you practice it, it becomes a part of, and that's with everything. If we meet every kind of pattern or thought or whatever it is, reaction that is not in alignment or isn't of love with something else, and we can be honest with ourselves and catch ourselves there, then we can create change. And that's where that whole creating change within ourselves, it starts within ourselves. So and then as we do that, we see the world differently. We see the patterns in the world and the relativity to everything. And
because I find that too. I mean, seriously, I had no clue about how to do that, but now I do. And obviously you do too, from what you just shared right now. And so like I'm just feeling this calling to help other people learn how to do the same thing.
Yeah, it's like a phoenix. That's what some of my family members call me, Phoenix.
Yeah.
I seem to just be able to rise from the ashes.
Exactly.
Because I think when you let love lead you as well, like if you've done things with the intention, or it's been backed by love, right, then it's easier to bounce back as well. So when your
Yeah.
intentions are pure, it's easier to not disconnect from yourself and take responsibility for where you have been misaligned, because you always have that that anchor of love to come back to, and it's your compass. So you know
Yes.
when you're in alignment, you know, it's a lot easier. And so then it's, yeah, you can take yourself offshore and get a bit lost, but you always come back to that place.
Yeah. Yeah.
And as long as you bring the wisdom and integrate the wisdom, then you don't necessarily have to go so far out and, you know, snag yourself on so many.
Yeah. 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 It's such a blessing to realize that, the love motive is actually an option,
Mm.
because there's thousands of other motives as far as life is concerned.
Yeah, but sometimes, like, that's the thing, when you don't realize that for a long time, because you just think that everybody has a good heart. So then that's where you've like got to learn about the boundaries.
Yes.
I've had
Yes.
to learn about the boundaries, you know, because you can't just always give. We don't live in a world where everybody's just giving because that's their natural state of being, and they
Yeah.
don't necessarily, you know, like some people will take advantage of that. And
Oh, yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
And if we aren't in alignment with ourselves and speaking our truth and integrating that love into how we feel about ourselves, that's when we find ourselves confronted with people that resonate in those lower realms, because that's how we're feeling. So, you know,
Yeah.
and it all comes from there. So, yeah.
Yeah. And learning to give to people who are prepared to receive, who are ready to receive.
Yeah.
And
And
rather than exploit.
yeah, and I think knowing themselves, or being able to take responsibility of themselves. So that's the biggest thing. Like, when you don't want to take responsibility for yourself, it's you will just continue to take from everyone, because there is no responsibility. You haven't taught yourself to take responsibility for yourself. So therefore you take from everyone else. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's a lack of self-love, right?
correct. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's not our job to go and like save people that are in that situation. You can't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm. As you can love people as well. I remember, like, yeah, you can love people so much, but that doesn't necessarily change anything, because they've got to have the desire to take responsibility for the things that are holding them back from feeling love and knowing love and being love. You
Yeah.
can't compensate for them. It doesn't work that way. You can still love them, but just maybe from a distance.
Yeah. Love them from a distance. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Or from like a fence. You know, how some people like
Yeah.
say those boundaries. Like, I've imagined like building like massive fences.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, my tendency in my life has been to love people and go in swinging. And yeah.
Mm.
been hurt a lot that way.
Yeah.
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 Because you've had an open heart and just,
Yeah.
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 The love that you had for yourself was maybe being directed outwards instead of inwards more. Because I know that's what's happening.
Yes, definitely. That's definitely true for me. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
I can relate to that as well.
Mhm.
Yeah. Not anymore though. Can't trick me now.
Well, yeah, yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I think there's still all like programming and things like this that I need to work through. And
Yeah.
when you're moving or transitioning into different realms or different frequencies and shifting perceptions, you're always going to be confronted with the old, where it meets the old meets the new. And it's like, hang on, is this a trick? Or is this because
Yeah.
or am I not used to the perception? I'm not used to like
Yeah.
somebody else that is just as loving as me. Like this
Yeah.
is the thing. So
Yeah.
mm,
So I'm learning how to project the same stuff, but use subtle energy to do it
mhm.
instead of throwing my whole self into it.
Yeah.
You know, I can just project subtle energy, and the thing is, and that can come from the overflow,
Mm.
from my own overflow.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to, like, it's like the saucer and the cup. You know, you fill the cup until it runs over into the saucer, and then you can project what's in the saucer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, instead of having to utilize what's in the cup.
Mm.
An interesting learning to have, actually.
Yeah. I just get really excited about stuff. I get like overly
Yeah, I do
excited.
too. You're very passionate.
Yeah, like fully.
And it's
then
intense.
yeah, and I run
Yeah.
with certain ideas, and I get so excited, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I do, because I feel like there's so much to do and there's not enough time.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, my whole life's been like that.
Mm.
But it's a
Yeah.
lot more effortless today than it's ever been.
Absolutely. You find the tools to
Yeah.
and I've found that grounding in those energies, like, and slowing down allows me to anchor the high vibrations and really bring them into my body.
Yes.
What was missing. So I was always on the go, and I'm always on the go now, but I'll take time to integrate what's, sort of coming through my head and all the other energy around me into my physical body. So I've got time to process things and reflect and take care of my mind, body, energy,
Yes.
So it sounds like you have, found tools to assist you to do the same.
Yeah. Yeah. And those tools are probably unique.
Yeah.
To each one of us.
Absolutely. Yep. 100%. And that's where, like, knowing yourself, like, whatever level of knowing yourself, wherever that is, there's going to be certain things that bring you joy, that you find, that settle you down, that that just feed your soul in a certain way so you can connect back in.
Yeah.
Process it's needed.
Yeah, I'm learning what it's like to feel grounded.
Mhm.
And to hear and respond to my inner authority. And quiet myself, not to regulate, but to ground and to live from a place of innocence.
Mm. I remember when the idea of when people used to say, you're so flighty, and I used to love it. I used to love the feeling of just like being out in space and
Yeah.
just,
Oh yeah.
you know, yeah,
I'm familiar with that feeling.
yeah, just being out there. And I remember receiving a healing a couple of years ago, and we worked on grounding. And after she did that, I noticed the difference between my energy and my ability to just be like, and be in this human experience, because this is what we're here for, but also have that expanded awareness. And I think that's what I was worried about. If I grounded too much, then I wouldn't receive the information that I was receiving from these other realms. And so, but then I realized that I was actually able to integrate it more when I grounded into these earth and was connecting here with my body physically and the earth and everything. That's when changes occurred. And the knowing became the reality, because I was bringing it through into this reality.
Yeah. Because it's interesting, because I had the same fear, but as things started to slow down, and as I got more in touch with my own innocence and my my 3 Gs, gifts, genius, and greatness, and all that kind of thing. What's interesting is the frequency and the intensity of what came to me is multiplied greatly.
Yeah.
It's like the slower I get, and the more subtle I allow everything to be, the more I hear, the more I perceive, the more I receive. And I also have the capacity, I realize I have the capacity to receive it and allow my being to process it unconsciously, like without having to have any concentration on it at all. I know that my being is integrating it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's the same thing. So my biggest hurdle has been my emotion. So not so much, it's like been regulating my emotion, sure, like in the past, but like, and processing has always been fine, but because of the intensity of it, it's often like it's not so much over the last 3 years or something, but in the past it's really affected, like I've had to really focus on processing the emotion, but honoring it at the same time, for what it is, like, and understanding it, because I'm very much feeling driven. It's been all about processing emotion. So my head comes after my heart. Like I have to feel into things to get the understanding of where it's come from. And then my head will start working with my heart and explain, and sort of click all the dots together. It's working with the emotion and understanding that energy and where it's come from. And it's been interesting. Because if you can't really explain emotion, it's a feeling. So this is what has brought me challenges trying to explain. It's not just sad or angry, or there's meaning in emotion that holds explanations. Feeling through
Yeah, and
that.
if they're intense, they're hard to put words to.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then once you do, it's easy to put them in that basket and like, that can stay there, thank you, or to say goodbye to it and let it transmute back into the universe, and give yourself the love for recognizing it and for what it was.
Yeah.
Yes, sometimes when it was like really felt really messy emotionally, I would literally sit there and it would feel like I was picking up certain emotions, and it was like sorting laundry. So in my head, I was identifying certain emotions and putting them in certain baskets just to separate them, so I could understand where they needed to either keep or throw away, or like it was like, this is part of the organizing. Like seriously, this is how I organize. It's like, prioritize.
That's interesting to me, because about let's see, how long ago was it? About 5 years ago, I started going to an energy healer, and I found out through him that I had lived most of my life dissociated. So kind of like out of body ish.
Yeah.
And I remember the first meeting I had with him where we actually addressed that. And I remember what it felt like to be fully embodied. And it was freaky. Like it was beautiful, but it was very unfamiliar to me. And
that would be that'd be almost awkward, the feeling of being like,
well,
shifting back into a space where you were feeling connected. And
I went to a live event about a week or 10 days after that, and that experience of that live event was just totally different from any other live event I've ever been at. Yeah,
you would have been absorbing everything like in a totally different way. It would have been.
Oh yeah. The experience was just like a 360 degree, full meal deal kind of a thing, right? It was just amazing.
Yeah. I've been lucky. My children anchor me, like obviously because I have that responsibility there, and there's like because I get a lot of love and joy from connecting with them, they anchor me and they've grounded me a lot. And in saying that, my two youngest two are like that. They're like next level energetic.
Yeah.
Mom's like, oh, I wonder where they get that from. I'm like, I don't know, Mom. Being rude.
Well, they get a lot of it from their grandparents too.
Yeah, that's right. That's it.
In fact, there's actually, there's more similarities between a child and their grandparents than there are between the child and their parents.
Yeah,
genetically, anyway.
Yeah, there are similarities.
Yep.
It's funny things run through.
Yep.
Just little things.
That might be because like their genetics are like there, whereas ours are there and they're still with us as well. So it's like a mix. So like they've got like a purer version of the genetics that's been like uninfluenced. Maybe, I don't know. Someone's come to me. But yo, big
Well,
love,
there's
guys.
other factors too around that, Joe, because a lot of it depends on where, the time in history that you're actually born. So there's a lot more conscious awareness today than there was when I was born. It's a totally different experience around that too. And so the same is true for your parents. Like your parents were born in a different, in a different consciousness level than you were.
But it's like that gives us like our DNA vibration constantly transmitting, but the brain can override that with focus transmission. Yeah. But the DNA is constantly unconsciously over time sending it out.
But a lot of that DNA activation has changed over time. Like I have a theory around this. It's kind of based on my own life, and it's that so I had this real life altering experience when I was 2 years old. And what I'm coming to realize now is that it was that experience that activated my DNA in a certain way that was very unique to me. But the thing is, somebody born today, they would have at birth, they would have more of their DNA activated than somebody that was born 10 years ago. So all that's happening too.
Yeah.
Because that's something that's painfully obvious to me now, is that collective consciousness is going crazy.
With and just the Earth's energy, like the frequency that's being held here, that they're being born.
Yeah. I've seen the momentum of that throughout my lifetime. I've seen the momentum of that pick up, like to the point where it was pretty slow when I was born in the 50s. But it's a lot faster now.
And so this is where, like, I understand with my children being like so full on, I just think that they're like heaps more pure energy, because that's
totally.
When I was younger, like I was always getting told, slow down, you're like a bull in a china shop. I think I've just processed things quicker than what the world was going. So that's how I see the two little ones. They hold a lot of frequency, that vibration. So yeah, it's so cool. We can, Joe, like through epigenetics, change the structure and different activations within our DNA wherever we put our.
Yo, well, check this out, guys. Yeah, check this out, right? Question 416. Do successful people have a genetic disposition or certain genetic DNA vibration that creates their success? Yes or no?
They probably think so. Do successful people hold a certain genetic vibration to become successful? Well, you have to hold a certain vibration to become anything.
Well, yeah.
I would say yes.
That depends how you define success.
I can't remember the question.
To me, yeah.
I missed the start.
I kind of don't like the question. Is what I'm saying. Because successful, what people consider successful these days, to me, isn't really successful. It's kind of a counterfeit. It's a counterfeit of the truth.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of defining like success as the journey, not the destination, but also the progressive realization of a worthwhile dream. Like this is my definition. Yeah, but then also, a question is, can anyone with their mind change their DNA and genetic disposition and turn themselves into whatever magnet they want to be, success magnet, love magnet, you know?
100%,
Yeah.
100%.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. In fact, that's been proven. That's been proven already.
Exactly right.
The
So,
truth
and
of
then
that.
this one, yeah.
I
But
mean,
this is
just
the
read
big
Bruce
one.
Lipton, you know.
This is the big one, though, yeah. Henry Ford did not want people to know what, yeah.
Yes.
He didn't want people to know that every person can change their DNA vibration with their own mind. That's what he had took out of Think and Grow Rich.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, and this is exactly what we're doing with the DNA activation, you know, with the DNA stuff. So like we're doing what they didn't want to be done because they knew that was going to unleash the power of the people.
That's
You know,
exactly the thing.
Yeah.
But
that's what we're bringing.
yes, and the more disconnected people are from their true self and their heart, the more they don't know their power.
Right.
This has been the whole
And
thing.
the less they activate their own DNA.
Yes, because they don't understand themselves.
Yeah.
True nature.
There's that love motivation comes up again though too.
Mm-hmm.
Which goes back to David Hawkins' spectrum of consciousness and the low vibrational or the low frequency and the high frequency.
Yeah.
The low frequencies keep your DNA expression kind of encapsulated. Like it severely limits your DNA expression.
Yeah, well, that's what's
Whereas
happened.
the higher frequency, the higher frequencies open them up.
Yeah, it allows for evolution.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
So they've, with the installations and the programming and the conditioning, they've stunted the growth and the natural evolution, but you can't stunt the growth and natural evolution forever because nature will just take over. Nature was designed to evolve. And so that those installations are only going to last for so long, and that's why we're witnessing what we're witnessing. I feel that's you know.
Mother Nature's doing it all in spite of us.
Well, we are assisting because we're all connected. So, and the more that we connect in with our heart, the more that we connect in with the core of the earth, and we can feel the direct influence and understand where she's vibrating at and what is coming for us. This is how we can actually predict and know and experience what is coming for the collective. So this is that, the more you connect in with the core, which is essentially the divine energy of creation that exists at the core of everything, then we're able to tap into the quantum field. We're able to tap into any field because we've tapped into our own.
Yes. Yeah.
And then you can read the different energies as well, like that across the different dimensions, because I don't know about you, but I don't ever live in just one dimension. I live in multiple dimensions where I'm seeing things, multiple perceptions at any given time, and certain people will that I connect with will show me where they're at through their vibration, and I will see through that vibration the perception that they express. Does that make sense? So where everyone expresses, you can understand what vibration they are personally holding.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's an easy way, but
yeah, I've been experiencing my whole body as a perception unit. Like my body and more specifically the muscles in my body perceive all those subtle energies. And over the last few months I'm begun to learn how to pay attention to that.
Mm.
You know, that's why I keep talking about the moon and the planets.
Mm.
And, you know, and things like relational dynamics and stuff like that. It's like, yeah. It's a matter of tuning in.
Yeah, it really is.
You know, to the energies that's already there. And there's a major one, like grounding. Reason grounding is important is because that's the sensitivity to the whole energetic that Mother Nature or Gaia or the earth is putting out.
Mm. And she holds a certain frequency because of the nurturing frequency that she has. She has the ability, when we connect into her, to actually assist us in cleansing our auric field and the energy system. She takes from us any density. She's like, with that nurturing nature, it's like when a mum gives you a hug, like when you're young or even when you're older, you know, and she will comfort you if you've fallen over and scuned your knee or whatever, and then you're instantly comforted. And that's what the earth can do as well. It's like that instant. I've spent so many hours in the garden.
Yeah.
She does. It's like a natural healer. And she will assist you in understanding where the pain is coming from as well. Like, this is part of that nurturing and gifting of understanding. So it's like a magic world. Like, there's actually everything, even plants like talk. So I found that, like, full connect with you and express their essence. I'll never forget when the calendula herb started, like, actually showing me how she felt. So everything comes in a feeling, and she was showing me like this energy of just happiness and joy and like sunshine, and it was epic. I sat there like just connecting with her, going, whoa, like, you are just amazing. And each plant holds a different essence and offer that up. And then if you actually sit there, and then if you go and look up like the associations with those plants, and you go, oh my gosh, that is exactly what I was feeling, then you end up back in the garden and sitting there and like connecting with more, because you just like, you want more messages. And it's the same as crystals.
Yes.
Yeah. There's a whole world of like untapped.
Yeah. Everything in your world changes when you come to realize that even the rocks have intelligence.
Yeah. It's like, oh my gosh, I don't, you know what? Like, these have been my, I know it sounds ridiculous. The plants and the crystals and the trees and the earth, they've been my friends because they speak truth. And I can
always
converse and learn and grow from the energies that they naturally just give. Like, you learn from them so much. I don't know. It's, yeah. Anyway, they've been my friends. They're my friends. I do have friends. I do have friends. But I just, yeah, I've got so many in my backyard too.
You have friends all over the place.
Made of glass.
Yeah.
Did you know you can actually go out into your backyard, and if you have a look at what weeds are prevalent in your grass or that come up through your garden, and like, if you know, notice quite a few, if you pick them out and then go and look up what it is, it will have like a healing nature about it. And you can bet your bottom dollar that it's something that is relative to your health and something that you need. So this is how Mother Earth also gives to us the things that we need. A lot of the time it's in our backyards. I've been blown away by it. So for example, when I wanted to give up cigarettes like years ago, I kept getting this, what I was thinking was a weed at the time, but then it was ended up being, it's called plantain, and it's a herb. And plantain assists with addictions and quitting smoking and stuff like this. And at that very moment, like that's I was looking for things to dry up and smoke instead of cigarettes. But no, jokes. No. But no, it was just bizarre that it was everywhere in the backyard, and so I ended up planting, same as dandelions. There's so many cool things in the backyard if we just go and have a look. There's so much wonderful gifts.
It's funny you said that, because when I was walking along, I just picked up this little purple thing here. I just picked it up and started smelling it. It smells good.
Little purple thing.
Oh yeah, it's hilarious, Craig. Yeah, I give Ebony access into the app, for like one day, and all of a sudden, I went in and she's already changed the color coding. She's flipping on it.
Purple's a higher vibration, Joe. I'm trying to it's a.
I do like it. I do love it. I love it. I love it. I do like it. It's like I was just saying, it's like you've just come and redecorated my house when I popped at the shop. But I love it, though. I love it. Oh my days. Yeah, that app's coming together now, man. So it's all coming together. This laughing, man.
Yeah. The chakra colors are the same as the rainbow.
What's coming to me as well, though, Craig, is all like Ebony's like an example of like a next level, like holistic practice, like doing the next level things, bringing the frequency revolution.
Yeah.
But like then obviously, like I'm with Ebony, like we're creating like we're creating like a next level offer together, and that's like the back end. Oh, flip 2 seconds.
Seaver gets excited, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like, I swear down, man. Everything
and
is
quickly
so
distracted.
Loud. Everything just seems really, really loud. Like all the traffic and stuff. I can't cope anymore.
When was the last time you meditated, Joe?
Like a really noisy world.
Is that your mind?
But the point. What was I saying there?
The back end of the app.
Oh yeah, that's it. So that's it, Craigington. So we're flipping creating these next level like offers for people, because that's the best bit about automatic clients. Someone just squeezed my ass. Like big love. I'm just on a call, 2 seconds. Flipping heck. So yeah, we're gonna be creating offers, right? Like because the automatic client, he can work in any niche, anything, it doesn't matter. And it works at scale as well. Like you can get a lot of offers to work and a lot of frameworks to work, but then when you try to scale it, things start crumbling. But this is when we start rumbling. Oh yes.
Yeah, so you could just like you can do that side of things, and I'll just like create content because it really does my head in.
That's it. That's what we do.
What are you saying? Creating content does your head in?
No, I like creating the content. Like I love creating the content, and I love putting it into the programs and things that are available. Like, but I don't. The hecticness of understanding the software and how it all works, and like I don't feel I need to know that.
No, that's what I was thinking actually. Because that's it. I've got my head around a lot of that stuff. So like I can do that part easily,
There's some things like understanding the basic application and how to put the content and stuff in it is important. Like that stuff doesn't bother me. But as far as executing the actual software and knowing how to like that it is taking away the time that I need to put the content together. So I think that we could work together if you handle that side of things. Show me what I need to know to upload the content and create what is needed, and we just brainstorm ideas. And
this is it, heartstorming all the way, creating next level offers, Craigington. Next level, you flipping different, special, flipping transformative popping all over the shop, yeah? This ain't
Yeah.
no little bulky product. Yo, there's this guy that sings in my town, right? He pulls up on his scooter, yeah? I'm just going to give you a little teaser of him, yeah? A little tester of him, yeah? Watch him, check him out. He's fucking on it, this guy. He don't give a shit. Yeah?
Yeah.
How good is music?
It's fucking going down, mate.
Just changes everything. Music just
Joe
like
goes crazy when he's on the streets. It seems like a fun town. Especially on a
Yeah.
Saturday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
this
that's
is
it,
actually Isla actually did something here, yeah. When Isla, you know, we had the whole of the town doing the flipping cha-cha slide and flipping Hey Macarena, everything, mate. We're all going down in H-Town.
Awesome.
I'll find the videos, man. I'll put them in the group. You're gonna find them hilarious.
So good. I love that freedom of expression. Anyhow, anywhere.
Yep. You know, Ebony, you wouldn't know this, but I might be the first person on the planet that created digital content.
Right. How so?
Yeah, I was actually hired in 1982 to make computer animation.
Oh wow.
And none of the technology existed at the time. Well,
Yeah,
very
that's-
little of it. So besides developing content, I developed ways of actually displaying it.
Oh, that's epic. So
Yeah, it is epic.
Are you responsible for the Atari?
No, I'm not responsible for the Atari, but yeah, the computer animation movement. I mean, there's barely a movie made today that doesn't use it,
Mm. Oh,
or a
that is-
TV show, even.
So is that like your special? Is that like something? Is that a specialty of yours? That like where you're like computer minded. You're like
Yeah, I'm kind of a creative and technical mix.
Yeah, that's cool. I
Yeah,
wonder
quite
what
a profound one.
have you tapped into your alien like alien lineage or anything?
No, I haven't.
We should do that. I bet you there'll be like so certain races have come here for technological advancement.
Mhm.
You could have been like one of the first here deployed like for that mission. We can have a look.
Yeah, I know I've spent time on Sirius
Yeah.
and Pleiades.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you done any of the Akashic work? Have you gone into the Akashic records? Or
Yes, I have. I've had a reading done there. Yeah. Yeah. Which is interesting. That's where the word confidence came up.
Ah.
You know, confidence is a major life learning theme in my Akashic record. Yeah. So it's interesting that came up today.
Yeah.
It reminds me of a time when I was just chilling at Chippy with my daughter, and I bumped into a friend from school, and like just the way Isla was being, you know, like she was just, you know, like relaxed and confident. And then I'm sure she literally said like you should do like a confidence kind of like workshop, confidence class. So just like not even just for adults remembering, but children, you know.
Yes.
Confidence building, you know, like confident in the heart, you know, not just flipping egoic, flipping me confidence, but like, you know.
No, it's knowing themselves, like because this is the thing. This is what I was trying to say the other. This is I get excited. So I did youth work for like over 15 years. So youth is like a specialty of mine. I worked in those different avenues, and creating the space for them to connect into their heart and just be whilst they're young. And that's where it starts. This is where it starts. We need to be doing that. It's called prevention. You know, I think it's really, yeah. But it takes the same.
You just continuously blow my head off though, man. Like I can't believe like even everything you've just unraveled today is just unwrapped today is just ridiculous. Like this genius, gifts and greatness is just blowing my head off. Like, do you know what I mean? 15 years of like youth work, like, do you know, I mean, it's just ridiculous, man. This is like,
Yeah.
it's like too perfect. Too perfectly, but perfect, like perfect.
Well, all
Like,
those
wow.
superpowers and super skills, we were born with them.
think that's just part of
They've just been
change.
obstructed, you know?
Well, this is the thing I do. Well, you know what? It's all for a purpose. So there's a purpose in
Yes.
everything. I found a purpose in every experience, and it's all for the greater good. Like it's all been transformative. I've been able to use it to transform things or transmit.
Yes.
Everyone
Yo,
has
can I
this
ask you,
ability.
Ebony, yeah? Do you know,
Yeah.
like, when you replied to my story when I posted out about the beach, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, if you didn't see that, do you reckon you'd have messaged me eventually, or?
Yeah, we've chatted before. We've only like briefly chatted, but like when you've done your lives, I've jumped on a couple of times and made a couple of, you know, like, yeah, encouraging and
Oh, bless you. Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, that's it. I remember like that, but it was weird though, Craig, because you know that time when I did that, I literally just felt really inspired to like just post out a story, yeah.
Mhm.
You know, just like a little 30-second clip, just saying, "Yo, come get your beats." And but looking at that video, I was coming from quite a different vibration than normal. Normally, I'm like, "Whoa, let's get a beat," but I was like quite like it was kind of like when I'm looking back at the video, it's kind of like a grounded video. It's
Mhm.
kind of like bit of seriousness to it, but the point is, because I had the realization, like, because I just decided, because I noticed on Unofficial David Icke, like the story reaches like over 1,000, you know, and like on my personal, it's like 100. So I just thought, you know what, yeah, I'm just gonna do a video for that.
Mhm.
And then literally Ebony, like I tell you, like Ebony, like, do you know when I say like we work through the algorithm? Super conscious is, you know, putting us in front of the right people at the right time.
yeah,
Yes.
I was going, do you know, I was like, right, I'm going to the UK. Where's this guy based at? I'm going to message him because I want to do a podcast. So at that point in time, I was collecting like interviewees to this podcast. And so that's why I was like, right, because I've been watching you for a while, I was like, oh, I'm going to the UK. I didn't know how big the UK was. I didn't know. I have no geographical sense at all. I was like, I'm just going to see where he is. Maybe he's like near Glastonbury. And so that's why I reached out. I was like, maybe we can connect and I can do like, that'd be like super cool. Yeah. And then I think that, yeah. So I've just had a compelling feeling to reach out. And I went with it.
The
Mm.
funny thing was, Craig, yeah, do you know the message was so nice, yeah? Do you know, like, sometimes I get a lot of nice messages on Unofficial David Icke, and it's because I think they're talking to David, yeah? So
Yeah.
I was like, yo, like, you know, you've seen David Icke, by the way, yeah? She's like, oh, no, I know. It's like, oh, my days. But then, like,
Okay.
literally, like,
She actually wanted to talk to me.
you're talking to me?
So funny. He goes, yeah, hi, yeah. I mean, you know, this isn't actual. And I was like, yeah, Joe. Yeah. It's very
Wait,
funny.
am I talking to Joe, or is this a bot?
Yeah, that would be more like it. Yes.
Oh, my days. But that's it. This is the magic, man. Like, oh, my days. It's unraveling.
But I remember seeing you like a few years ago, thinking, yeah, this guy's like awesome. He's getting out there. He's creating change. He's speaking, He's using his voice. Like, I love that. It was just very inspiring. So it's very cool.
Yeah. Well, I feel like I'm at the most like focused and clear. Like, obviously there's areas, I could. Point is though, yeah, like this call, talking about grounding, yeah, obviously my children, my family, massively, but just, this has just enabled me to really clear my garden for planting the seeds of divinity, giving them space to germinate, to pop, to let nature take its course.
I love that. Now you're
And like,
speaking.
Yeah, that's Ebony's language.
I say I'm listening.
Ah. Yeah, that's so good.
Funnily enough, yeah, my dad, because my uncle's got a campsite and that's where my dad's side grew up, on the farm. And my granddad, my dad's side, my dad's dad, he literally came there up to the country, and like he planted like hundreds of trees, And my dad wrote a song about him, and I know the opening line, and it's, he was digging at dawn before I was born. He dug through the life's evening sun. A job that they said couldn't be done. But he heard that the high crag once sheltered birds and stuff like that all day long. So he dug and he dug. And now you've got Joe walking along and singing this song. Yeah? But this is it. It's in my blood.
Blood. And you know what? Like, he was like totally connected with the nature. Like, he was getting the messages. So that's what happens when you sit with her. Like, you end up like creating. This is where a lot of my creative writing and songs that I've written have come from, like just sitting in the nature, and the birds will sing, and then everything starts popping and like talking to you. And so then you're able to write about that, because she wants to be heard. They want to be heard. They want you to notice. So they give you the, and like he's picked up on that, like just the whole, just from connecting with the trees. Love that. Thank you for sharing.
Oh, yes. We are blessed. It's booming. The weather is booming over here, man. I'm literally getting roasted like a marshmallow over here.
Sounds like I traded you.
It's literally hopping.
It's not 115 degrees anymore. In fact, it might not even get to 100 today. So we're getting a bit of a break in the weather. 100 degrees is 40 something, 43, I think.
What?
So 100, yeah, Celsius, yeah.
We would die here.
Yeah, it's been like that since the middle of June.
We live in the desert.
Here. Yeah.
Oh, you actually do?
Yep.
Whoa. Which
desert? I can't imagine what it's like in Mexico. I'm in Arizona.
Yo, guys, I'm on a rumble, yeah? I've got to get into the gym before it shuts. I love you, all right? I'll speak to you in a bit.
Okay. Love you, Joe.
Some blessings. Big love, big love, big love. Mwah.
Yeah. So where's Arizona? Like, where? Okay, so
It's southwest of US.
All right, so
it's right next to California.
California. Okay, so
and Mexico.
All right. I've been to Las Vegas and driven from Las Vegas to California.
Oh, well, then you've been to Arizona.
Why?
Yeah, because you would have driven through the northwest tip of Arizona to get to California from Las Vegas.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to, because I don't actually remember. I went through the Nevada desert.
Yep.
Where, yeah, that was an experience. I was like all on my own, first time. I was driving on the wrong side of the road.
Bless you.
I remember seeing that on Sesame Street. You know when in Sesame Street. Did you ever watch Sesame Street? Do you have
Oh
it?
yes, yes. I was an aficionado.
Oh, I
I
remember.
used to arrange my spares in high school so that I could go home and watch Sesame Street.
Yeah. Well, this is yes. So, and yeah, well, you guys drive on the right side of the road, but for us Australians, it was always like so bizarre. So we'd sit there as little kids, and I'd be like, "I'm so going to drive on the wrong side of the road one day," and I did.
It's the right side, isn't it?
The wrong side. It was like the best feeling ever. I was standing beside the car door going, "You can do this. It's just on the opposite side. The steering wheel is just on the opposite side. It's just the same. Just get in the car." And I did. I had to wind myself up and I got in there and I was like, "Now just follow the car in front of you. Follow it, follow
Mhm.
it," so that I wasn't, but yeah, ripped across the desert and that was awesome. That was like, well, I was like, I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
How sweet is that?
Mhm. Have you driven on the wrong side of the road? Like, have you been to Australia?
Nope. Believe it or not, I haven't been off the continent. I haven't been out of North America.
Yeah.
Which really surprises me. Because when I was in my teens, I wanted to be a world traveler.
Did you?
Oh yeah, I already knew that was in my future. So it surprises me that I'm 60 something and haven't been off the continent. It's bizarre. But that's going to change very quickly.
Yeah, I always thought that I would travel when my children were older, and now they're getting older, and that's starting to happen. I've been to a few places in the last few years. So
Yeah.
before
How old
that,
are your kids now?
I've got a 26-year-old, a 20-year-old, a nearly 13, and a 10-year-old.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Were all of them born in Australia?
Yeah. All in the
Wow.
same.
Yeah, because you're a Brit originally, aren't you?
No,
No, but you lived there for a while.
nope. I've
You
always
didn't?
I've always been in Australia.
Oh, okay. I thought you had some kind of tie to Britain.
No, my nana was born in England somewhere. My sister lives in Norway, which is
Oh,
why I
wow. Yeah.
drove over there not a few weeks ago. But yeah, I'd never been to England until like the 8th. I think the 8th of August I landed there. I was
Oh,
like,
wow.
yeah, yeah.
Maybe that's why. Maybe it's because you were in England when I met you. Maybe.
Yeah, yes. Actually, we first talked when I was in Norway going to England, so we probably had that.
Okay.
Yes, that's why. Yeah.
It's hard to keep track of everybody,
Yeah, absolutely. I do understand that. Yeah.
Yeah, we got to talk some more
Definitely.
about this worldwide stuff that you're talking about. Because really, I kind of alluded to this in the first place, but my real superpower is about preconceiving what's emerging.
Mhm.
So like I spent the 80s and 90s preconceiving and developing all of the technologies that became the internet.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so I understand this. Yeah, no, I do know. Because
Yeah.
this new Earth time now that is happening, I've already done this. I've already navigated this. This is what happened 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just a repeat of what I've already done. So I'm already familiar. So it's the same as with you, the things that came out, you'd already done, like you already had the knowledge of it. You already knew what was going on.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I'm saying there must be some kind of galactic connection there because we're sent here.
Yeah, and I know I've done this in another life somewhere. It might have been on another planet. You know, it might have been more than once. It might have been on Earth too, you know,
Yes.
in another time thing. But
Oh,
yeah, but what's interesting is that I have the experience of doing that in this life already. And what's interesting is it's changing from, I'm noticing it's changing from technology to consciousness.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
preconception of what consciousness, human consciousness is going to look like.
Mhm.
You know, what human consciousness is emerging. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, even these technologies, this is really funny. In 1989, I was hired to develop online learning. They didn't call it that at the time, but that's what it was. And at that time, you had to, besides just developing the content and we called it courseware at the time, developing courseware and that kind of stuff, you also had to develop the ways to distribute it.
Yeah,
So that's kind of, the technology was used both to create stuff, but also to create the infrastructure to carry it. And at that time, CD-ROMs were a big deal.
The CD-ROMs.
And that's how we delivered courseware, was on CD-ROM. Yeah. And so at the time, but I developed technologies that would send data on a satellite transmission that was live. But piggyback to that, we would send the data that would actually allow people to print out the lesson material for the following week. So while they're watching the course this week, they're also downloading the textbook. Yeah, exactly, for next week. Mm-hmm. So they could all have that all printed out and all ready to go before they were live again.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And thing, we're on Zoom today. This was on my drawing board in 1990, a virtual classroom. Yeah. Technology didn't exist yet.
So how come?
And here we are 30 years later using it.
Exactly. We still had typewriters at school in 1990. Like.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So a lot of these things, like, you know, I know that I download this stuff. I know that it comes from somewhere, but I know, you know, I know that Zoom was something that I downloaded, and there's been hundreds of other things like this too that have showed up decades later. So the same thing, I know the same thing's true about consciousness and awareness and spirituality. I know all of that stuff's been downloaded already.
Yeah. Yeah. We're just like catching up, like it's here, but this is the thing. It's never, it's always been here, but the accessibility to it has not always been available to us.
Yeah.
There's only certain, I mean, if you can raise your vibration higher, and this is where, okay, so that's where 20 years ago, we still had certain installations and veils that were preventing the majority of actually accessing and evolving past what programmed us for, right? And so the way that I was able to override that system was by emptying every single one of my energetic centers and system. I dumped everything was dumped out of it. So I was clear channel, right? I was a clear channel for that divine energy, which lifted my frequency. There was no, it was like a direct connection. So I was able to shift my entire frequency and perception. But the thing is that you can't go straight to the source. There is actual gateways throughout the galaxy that you need to have keys for to access. It's the same as a computer system, right? And unless you understand the code, like have the codes, you don't get the key. And so you have to understand the programming, and the programming is you, right? So we are each like a computer system. And the more you understand yourself, the more you give yourself, you unlock the codes that exist within your DNA to travel through those gateways. It's like a massive test. And the test is all based around your ability to unconditionally love. That is what unlocks each of the doorways. So the deeper that we go within ourselves, and each of the layers that get stripped off from accessing the different codes within us, right, then those layers come away and we're able to move through those gateways. So everything was really sped up for me though, but I was unaware of what I was doing, but I was aware of what I was doing, which is why I hold the information, because everything's banked in the memory, and memory is a muscle. So, but it's the same. We operate like a computer system, and the data that unlocks each of these gateways lays within us, and the keys to unlock those, the codes for the gateways, is our ability to love ourselves, and love ourselves in a way through compassion and understanding. And when we can understand ourselves through that compassion, we can then move forward, and then we'll be tested again. And that's when the universal laws come into play. So the universal laws are used to guide us through, and that's what we're literally tested, our ability. So we have an innate knowledge of these universal laws.
Have you read the Kybalion?
No. What?
Oh, you got to read the Kybalion. It's the universal laws.
Okay. Yeah, right.
Kybalion.
Okay. Down. So
it's
when
it's
I was
hermetical. It's hermetical principles, right?
Yeah. Got you.
Yeah. That are true throughout the cosmos.
Yeah. Well, this is what you experience. So the thing is that a lot of the knowledge that I have is through the experiences that I've had. And so with those experiences, because we didn't have the internet, I had to write everything down. So I have folders full of all the information that gives the access to the gateways and the universal laws and the understanding of how to access the dimensions within to reach the core that connects us all and brings us in to unity with every living thing. So that's what I experienced. And so as long as I stay I have to say,
go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. No, I was just saying,
as long as you stay in your
heart, then I can access the information. But if I don't stay in my heart, then it becomes jumbled or distorted. And so I need to stay in the heart. And then when I'm in my heart and my brain and my heart line up, so the energy that comes through my crown chakra really and hits through my pineal gland and comes down into my heart, this is when I get the downloads. And so then I will remember things, and then knowledge will come through. So it's how you access that void.
Yeah.
So cool.
Well, I got to share this. I got to share this with you now, because this is gonna, this has got Ebony written all over it. About a month ago, I came to realize that I'm actually a portal. I am the portal.
Yes.
I am the channel through which things come. And it's kind of that simple. And as you're speaking, I realize that you are the channel.
So so tell me, so if I see us as individual portals, and within that portal there are portals that receive the messages, but you're saying you're the portal and I'm a channel.
No, I'm saying that you're the portal as well.
Yeah, so we're all individual portals, yeah?
Yeah. Now here's the interesting thing, okay? When I was developing all that technology in the 80s and 90s, it was largely an individual it was an individual thing. I wasn't really working with anybody. I was kind of channeling myself and doing my stuff, You know what I mean? And sharing what came through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, and that's all the stuff that's emerging. It emerged through me is kind of a good way to say it, to explain it. Okay. Now, this spiritual awakening, the consciousness,
Mhm.
still a channel, still the same way. It's emerging through me. But what I know now is that in order for it to complete and to manifest, it's I need to work with others who are the portal themselves. Like it's more than one portal.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
so the thing is, what comes through me is not complete.
Right.
It's a piece of the puzzle. Okay. What
Yeah.
comes through you is a piece of the puzzle. So the interesting thing to me is that the connection between you and me creates like that's two legs of the stool. There's
Yeah.
one other leg of the stool that creates the triad. And once you create a triad, then there's enough to manifest something.
Yeah, because it can hold
But
it.
it can't be done individually anymore.
Yeah, got you. I understand what you're saying here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
So this is really freaking me out right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it would if you've been working alone for some time. So I see. So from that's a really cool analogy, and I love that. I actually love that. So because what you're explaining to me is an essence that you hold that works in collaboration with another essence to build a blueprint, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I get that. So what I've
It's like I got the framework and you have the electrical system.
yeah.
You
No,
know what I
and so
mean?
this is what happens. No, this is
Yeah.
exactly what happens. So in the essence of people, because I've worked with so many different people now, right? And actually we'll see there is a common theme. And so when you have an electrical system, what makes an electrical system? You've got you've got transmitters, you've got connectors, you've got you've got a network, you've got if you list all the different things that create an energetic network, right, or a grid,
Yep.
right, every single person holds an essence that is a part of that grid, and they have a certain job within the grid.
Yes. Yes.
Right? So it creates the grid. And so as we come online and as each of us activate, what happens is the grid grows and certain parts of the grid come alive because of the activations that are occurring and the essence or the expression of certain people, because certain people hold certain connections to create, and it could be some people hold an energy that is expansive. Even some are transmitters, like some literally are the transmitters on that grid. And then you've got people that there's transmitters that will take a certain frequency, and then if it's a higher vibration or a lower vibration, and when they connect it into this box, it then spits the energy out on the other side so it's readable or connects in at a more usable rate, right? So there's all these different elements that create the grid. And seriously, when I'm working with people, I can now go, right, you are an expander, or you are and it's creating a grid, right? And that wraps around the New Earth blueprint. So this is what I'm seeing.
So have you heard the term path of least resistance?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have your energy grid, and there's a certain pathway that's missing because someone has chosen to not participate. Okay. So what will happen is the energy will bypass that area.
Yeah.
it'll find a different path to
Yeah.
get to where it's going. So it'll get to where it's going anyway, but it would
Yeah.
be much, much better if it could take the path of least resistance.
Sure. Or there's just other people that come on board and they will have a certain expression that can be utilized in that. So there might be, there's lots of, and I'm not saying that people's expression doesn't just stop at being like a transmitter or a connection or anything like that. That's just one piece of their DNA that creates that specific part of the dimension that we're living in. It's bizarre, but
because I know the role I have now is preconceptual. Like it's the start codon of the DNA. It's that preconception piece is where everything starts.
Yeah.
It's the intention before the conception.
Yeah.
Okay. And that doesn't mean that I can't do everything else, but all it means is that part of me has been activated.
Yeah.
And not just activated, but it's very strong. I've actually experienced it in this lifetime a number of times.
Right.
And so it's kind of my role until my role changes.
Yes. Yeah.
But that depends on all of the collective consciousness. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So for now, my role is this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And as we move through certain frequencies, and as your personal vibration gets higher, the connections that you need will fall into place anyway. So this is because that's how it just it happens, where those pieces resonate to wherever they need to be.
Yeah. Well, and every human being on the planet is an integral piece of that.
Absolutely. This is why everyone has a purpose, and everyone has that divine energy that has been created to assist in the evolution. It's just not there's different ways of looking at it and knowing that you have a place. Every single person has a special freaking place and piece to play in this creation that we're creating individually but collectively.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And the energy of love is interdependent.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
And we're not used to living like that.
No,
in fact, we're taught from the time we're very young to be independent.
Yes.
We don't very few of us have experienced interdependence, have any idea what that even looks like.
Yeah. Do you know, it's funny you should say this. So I think when I was about 38, 39, so my mum told me that she had this memory that I'd never known about. When I was first born, she told me nearly 40 years after the fact that I had to go, apparently I had a headache when I was born. So they put me in my crib for 24 hours without anyone touching me.
Oh, wow.
I was like, what? What are you talking about? I had a headache. How did they even know I had a headache? What? I'm like, they were doing tests. What have they done? What is in me? Right? Anyway, that's just when I spoke to people. So what we're taught to believe and what we're led to believe is that really detrimental.
I lost you for a second there.
Am I back?
I heard you say, am I back?
Oh, yeah. Is that better?
There, that's better. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, we're taught that, if a baby's left or whatever, then they're going to have abandonment issues and stuff. And so I started checking myself. So I did a session with a lady, not my inquiry to her was around this, whole abandonment issue and blah, 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 blah. When I was taken back to that time when I was born, I could literally see myself in the cot over that 24 hours, and I was at peace. And I could see that I had 3 divine beings around me, and I could see through the eyes of myself and feel what I was feeling. And what I was actually feeling was the integration of energies from the realm that I'd just been in and then come to be born into. And so that time for me was so important because it set me up for the rest of my life and made me this independent person that is able to
Yeah.
see itself, right? And so,
Yes.
yeah, this is where, I don't know, like we've been taught, anyone else, if I tell that to people, they're like, oh my God, she must have like the biggest abandonment issues. Wrong. I actually have this epic ability to sit with myself and integrate my knowing and my experiences and my feelings. And I believe it's from that 24 hours.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
That's interesting you mentioned that, because my first daughter was born really quickly, and like about from the time she was crowning till the time she was born was less than 5 minutes. So it's like, yeah, really, really, really quickly. And what a privilege for me, because they put her in they put her under a heat lamp for a while,
Yeah.
and it was in with a whole bunch of other babies anyways, but put her under a heat lamp, and I got to put my hand on her body for the first 3-4 hours after she was born, and I just talked to her.
That is so amazing. That is so
Yeah.
amazing.
When I look back on that, I go like, how provident was that?
Yeah. Yeah. You've instilled those that whole coding of connection and safety, and just there's so many things that come from that first initial experience that you were able to gift.
Yeah.
It was, yeah. I'm getting chills. So
Yeah,
beautiful.
yeah, exactly. So that's really cool. And another thing too, I was traumatic birth experience. I was born face first.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is really hard on the baby, and even more hard on the mother, of course, because nothing, your head doesn't collapse the way it's kind of designed to.
Yeah.
When you're faced that way. So it's like good grief, tear everything up kind of a thing, right? So anyways, that's kind of wild. And then I experienced a death by violence when I was 2 years old.
Okay. So
and got sent back.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you remember the details, like of leaving and coming back?
Yeah, somewhat. I had a hypnotherapist that worked with me a few years ago, and went back into the experience with me. And yeah, it was very interesting. Yeah, I had this tete-a-tete with God telepathically, and the conversation went something like this: Craig, what are you doing? What are you doing back here? You don't belong back here right now. And I wanted to stay, but I got, no, you got to go back. There's very important things that we need you to do.
You've been deployed for.
Yeah, you were deployed for very important things, and so you got to go back. And yeah. So deployed for, that's a good word for it.
Yeah.
Deployment. So yeah.
Mission here.
Yeah. So I'm starting to remember what I got deployed for. most of it after the fact, but anyway.
Yeah, no, well, this is the thing. It all is in divine timing. We remember
Yeah.
as we are meant to. So nothing
Yep.
is, like everything is perfect timing. So in the waves of frequency in the universe, like this, it's all just unfolding perfectly. So
Yeah.
you're obviously ready for that. You've had your human experiences, and some of us here actually sign up for, like, it's a program where we transmit through ourselves. So the experiences that we have are directly fed back into certain councils and whatnot throughout the galaxy, and the energy through those experiences is like recorded. So for me personally,
Yes.
experiences that I've had, the energetic responses and has all been sort of like transmitted back so that they can understand what is actually happening and how the installations have affected the natural frequencies here on Earth. And so we all have certain transmitters, and we transmit to certain groups that we are affiliated with, and certain purposes. So yeah, there are certain people that are transmitters, like and act as a transmitter through our experiences and through the energy that we hold, and even through our eyes. Our eyes are like a window to our soul, but they also act as like a video camera.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah. And it's reflected back. Like for me, what I'm understanding was, like I mentioned it was a death by violence. And so my life experience theme has been about transmuting the energy of violence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Like changing it to something else.
Yeah. Yes, to love.
Yeah.
Transmuting the energies to love, bringing light to those situations and holding those experiences, knowing that I've gone through these things where at a young age things happen. So to question why that happens to innocent beings, like how can God or source, or how can that be when we live in such a beautiful world? Why is this happening to such innocence, right? That's sort of get you questioning life, and then understanding
but that's how balance happens. That's how harmony happens.
It has been. So
is by making corrections to what is out of balance.
Through this, yes. Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
And bringing things back into a natural state of balance.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And so that runs in alignment with why I was deployed. Being so the message that I got 20 years ago that kept coming through and that I have heaps of writing about is my mission to heal the abuse. So healing the abuse is the mission. And through that transmuting of those lower densities and the cycles of abuse and the energy and the frequencies that exist in those lower vibrations, by lifting the vibration, transmuting the density that's there, we can transmute it. But it all extends from us. So each of us hold relativity to certain frequencies, and so when we lift them within ourselves because of the experiences that we've had, it affects things on a much larger scale because we are connected into certain points of the grid and the earth and each other there's a whole like, it's through the divine energy. Like that's it. All I can say is it's through the divine energy. Everything
Yes.
has an effect.
Yes. Yeah. Because all the energy is interconnected, right?
Right.
I mean,
So-
that's the interdependence that I was talking about.
Yes. And so when we heal any forms of abuse that we've come up against in our lives, then we are transmuting that and we are shifting the timeline. We actually collapse timelines by being able to do this.
Yes.
And so then that pathway isn't accessible for the ones that come behind us on their journey, that are born after us.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Create pathways out of it through
Yeah.
using compassion and understanding for ourselves to end those cycles.
So it's interesting that you use the term abuse.
Mm.
'Cause it's very similar to violence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a, well, yeah, because it's like a form of, so I think I use the term abuse because it covers everything. If you think about it, I remember, has anyone ever said to you, if you could change one thing on earth, what would it be? Or if you could eliminate one thing on earth. And so I remember thinking when I was younger, all right, how can we play this to eradicate the most things in one word?
Yeah.
And so I
Yeah.
with abuse, because
Uh-huh.
abuse covers so many different things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I use the word violence because I have used the word abuse too, but I use the word violence is because that seems to be coming up in a lot of things. And another thing is too, it's very related to the masculine wound.
Mm.
That is kind of a root cause of the imbalance in the first place.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So I've sat with this. I sat with this to understand the feminine and the masculine wounds that exist. And I remember listening to one episode of this podcast that really nailed it for me and allowed me to go in and do a little bit of work on myself here. Sorry, I'm just getting wood for the fire. It's crushing around.
I don't need wood here for
No,
any fire.
you're like
Thank you very
burning
much.
up. Yeah, I'm freezing. Oh my gosh, really different spectrums here.
It gets cold in Melbourne.
Oh my gosh, it's so cold. It's like really cold at nighttime, and because I live amongst the trees and it's
The sun
land.
doesn't get at you.
Well, it's just the land. The earth gets cold.
Yeah. Hey, I grew up in Canada. I know cold.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So whilst you're burning up, I'm freezing up. But the lady was saying how, and so I had to do this exercise where there's the masculine. I'll try and remember it. The masculine has been trained to stand in front of the feminine and be like this protector, right? This and take on using his sword to protect and to fight, right? And in doing so has learnt to be defensive and also learnt to not be able to put that sword down because he's been in that position for so long. And I'm talking about like what she was saying, how it is represented in us because of conditioning and because of, you know, pre-existing programming. And so to give permission, like for that sword and for that masculine energy to step aside and allow for the feminine to come and stand beside him knowing that he doesn't have to do this all alone, and he doesn't need to protect her because she is able to protect herself, right? But together they can create change. Like, and so
It sounds like my hug buddy.
Yeah. Well, yes. So it's relative then. So it was this whole exercise where I went in and I got him to put his sword down and sort of like step back, and together, like that masculine and feminine, like linked arms, and we're in harmony. Whereas beforehand, he was standing like in the front with his sword, and she was unable to get her voice across. It was like a really cool 10-minute exercise that like fully changed the way that I felt. It was really cool.
So was there any need for the sword?
No, just for him to put it down. Like, he didn't need to fight.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
Didn't need to defend. He just needed to be. And it gave him that space to be and feel protected by her as well.
Or what I might suggest is to be in communion with her.
Yeah. Yep. Unite.
Yeah, the unite. Yeah, and the sword wasn't necessary anymore.
No, he could put it down, and that was like so like epic, and it just really, it did something. Like it was, yeah, it was a cool experience. So I don't know if you've done anything like that, like.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm experiencing now. Is that there's this huge power in the combination of energies, in the combination of two humans' energies.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm experiencing that with you right now as we're talking about it.
That's awesome.
I'm really glad this is being recorded.
Yeah.
Yeah, you and I have covered a lot of ground here.
Yeah.
This evening.
Yeah.
Your evening, my morning.
Well, my morning now. It's like 2:14 a.m. over here.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I'll make my own time.
This conversation must be pretty important to you.
I'm just in flow. I don't know. Some nights I talk, and then sometimes I'm happy not to. You've got me on a talk night.
Perfect.
Must be important to you. You're vibing out that energy.
That was heaven sent too.
Yep.
Seriously. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'll send you this link to this if you're open to it. It's like, yeah, it's just goes, can't explain it. So seems to be when I get an interest or if I feel inclined to have to understand something deeper, remembering that we put constructs on Earth to, so I have to understand in a way that's, sometimes we already know these things, but the way that it's constructed here on Earth, it's just different to what we instinctually know. So I will send you this information about the divine and the feminine and that little exercise that you can do to see. I would like to hear from you if it gives you that instant, because it was like, seriously, I think I managed to spend like a whole 2 hours understanding the divine and the feminine and how they've been disconnected and distorted and stuff, and then bring things back in alignment there. So I don't know if it's, but I do that quickly.
Yeah. You gonna email it to me?
Yeah, I'm going to email it, and then you can have a look at it, and
Sure.
your feedback. See if it's like, because that's something you potentially utilize or share, or if it works that way as well. It's just a really simple, it simplifies everything. Super good.
Yeah, perfect.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing with me tonight, and yeah, we'll get some.
Yeah, that's the thing about the I Ching too. The I Ching is all about the balance between mastery. It's kind of like the roadmap to where we're going as a society right now.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Still on the call. I'm in the car now with Maureen, my hug buddy. And so I just let her know this is Ebony I'm on this call with, and as well as Jesse. And she's in Melbourne, Australia, and it's about 2:20 in the morning. But we got a really good conversation going.
Exciting. So, but I will let you go. Go and spend some time, and I will get
Well,
going.
actually, we're just going to the store, so we can keep talking if you want.
All right.
Do we have anything else to say? other than it's necessary that we explore this further.
Yeah, look, I think we need to explore this further. We could go on for like hours, really.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's
yeah. There's so many things to talk about. I mean, we've both had lots of different experiences. This is a great thing about connecting and hearing everyone's experiences of what they're feeling and what they're seeing, and yeah, I love it. I love learning
and they're
about
converging in so many ways too, right? So
yeah,
that's
absolutely.
what excites me more than anything else. Is just like, this is a cosmic connection going on here.
Yeah, it's like
It's already been magical.
Yeah. Thank you for the space, Jesse, and thank you, Craig, for your connection and delving into all of this. Jeepers, I don't know where that all came from.
Yeah.
Just have a spew.
Yeah, we've been sitting on it for a while, and then all of a sudden it came out. So good stuff.
Yeah. Thank you for allowing me to be free enough to express my parts of my journey and with you and whoever else listens.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be other people listening to this YouTube video. Yeah.
We go and enjoy your time with your friend, and we'll chat again soon. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll be back online for the Dragon Heart activation.
Okay, so put another log on that fire and go to bed, would you?
Yeah, I've just loaded it up. I'm good. All right.
Okay, big love and hugs.
Yeah, big love.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, bye now.